the machines lining out on the track. Ladies and gentlemen, the klaxon has been sounded and the machines are going out on their warm-up lap. James Walsh there.
Aidan Cleary just crunching through the gears there. Number 53 away through that Brian Byrne. So Brad Byrne. That lovely Honda. Daniel Pearson there as well. Christian Boyles. So a lot of these riders, and a lot of them are newcomers to the road racing scene. And they do sometimes struggle. Everyone talks about the struggles for sponsorship and whatnot. And Christian Boyles, he's going very, very well this season already. And he's topping everything that he's been in. He has got a wee Facebook page there, so if anyone wants to join Boyles Racing 66, you want to go on and some support. Most of the riders have their own race page. So go on, take a follow and help these young riders out. But on pole position then is James Walsh, number 87 from Lame Trainer. In second place, Aidan Cleary lines up in third. Brandon Kavanagh in fourth. Graham Smallwood's back this season. Great to see him back on a bike. He lines up in fifth. Stuart McCann in sixth on his lovely Sounding Triumph. Fred McMullen in seventh. Michael Clyde lines up in 8th place. 9th is John O'Donovan. Your top 10 then is Brad Byrne. Daniel Pearson had a good run yesterday on his 650 machine. He lines up in 11th. 12th, Brett McCowan. 13th, Blake O'Hare. Roddy Taylor, 14th. Ashley Robinson, 15th. 16th, Aaron Hans. Connor Curtis, 17th. 18th is Michael Hoy. 19th, Christian Boyles, and your top 20, Paul O'Rourke. Aidan Cleary actually lining up in second there. See Boyles just warming his tyres up, getting them well scrubbed in here. Slick tyres on these machines, and the track has plenty of grip. So here we go then. The green flag is waved at the back. They're told to watch the lights. The reds go up, and away we go. Great start there from James Walsh. But look at Graham Smallwoods as well over the left hand side. Now for the second group. Looking at John O'Donovan on the right hand side. Great start there. The 101, Brett McCallum. Third group then, getting ready to go. They're told to watch the flag, and away they go. Big wheelie there for number 40. Oh, Michael Hoy just struggling there to keep the front end down on that machine. So the senior support lap record held by Gary Robinson. That was in 2007, a 129.9, an 84-mile-an-hour lap. And I'm sure we're going to see plenty of lap records broken here today. Paul Jordan unofficially broke the Supersport lap record. So we'll be keeping a close eye on that. And of course the Superbike lap record held by Michael Dunlop last year, an 81.7 mile an hour lap. But the Supersport lap record, 89.5 mile an hour lap, unofficially broken yesterday with Paul Jordan on that V2 Ducati. So the machine should be round and Braeside here very shortly. James Walsh got a cracker of a start there. Aidan Cleary sort of swamped a wee bit. Oh, it's a number 10 machine. So it's Brandon Kavanagh. Brandon Kavanagh in the lead in this one. James Walsh in second, Michael Clyde third. Fourth is Liam Trainer, Aidan Cleary fifth. Graham Smallwoods, Fred McMullen and Stuart McCann at the back of that group. It's Brett McCallum. Brett McCallum leading the way in this one. Brett McCallum ninth, Brad Byrne 10th. As the screens sort themselves out in corrected time, it's Brett McCallum up into 5th place then. Christian Boyce closely followed by Bailey Harker, right in behind him in the slipstream, the number 16 machine on the Cowton Racing Kawasaki, and the tip into Gorton corner there, all behaving themselves. Just one freight train of Supersport machines. Next race up then, the lightweight Supersport, if you can get yourself ready and make your way to the holding area. So we'll keep an eye on Brett McCallum on corrected time. He's up into 5th place, just behind Liam Trainer in 4th. Aidan Cleary further behind Brett McCallum. Again, yesterday you were seeing that the Super Twin B race being won from the 3rd group, and that was Joe Loughlin. So it shows you we've seen it all before. You can win a race from the back of the grid on corrected time. So Brandon Kavanagh off to a good start on the Suzuki, and here he comes again. The gap last time was 1.0 seconds, and he's opened the gap up 1.6. Aidan Cleary, and a good dice. Aidan Cleary just coming off the back of Liam Trainer there. So he's opening up that gap. Fastest lap for Brandon Kavanagh. Brett McCallum out in his own now. So Brett McCallum holding on to that 5th place, but Brandon Kavanagh with the fastest lap, a 1:33.2. James Walsh in second with a 1:33.7. Not much in it. Christian Boyles and Bailey Harker are still at it, neck and neck down this very long straight here. The tip into Gorton corner, first gear. It looked like Connor Curtis maybe making a move there on Ashley Robinson. Ashley Robinson, she's came over from Scotland, currently in 17th place, also having a good season. With Brandon Kavanagh, her team opting for the Suzuki this season. And the next generation machines really starting to take over. So here we go then. They're at the Braeside. The gap last time back from Brandon Kavanagh to James Walsh was 1.6 seconds. He's going to try and open this up. It looks like it's closed up a wee bit here. But Brandon Kavanagh, number 10, across the line, slightly slower. Ours open just that wee bit more, 1.7 seconds over James Walsh. Liam Trainer, oh, Michael Clyde under some pressure now. So Michael Clyde down to 4th, Liam Trainer up into 3rd, and he's starting to pull away ever so slightly. But look at Brett McCallum up into 4th place now. That was a 1:35.8 for Brett McCallum. He could end up taking the last step of the podium from Liam Trainer. with these two Christian boys. And Billy Harker still at it. Billy Harker over to the right hand side. Christian Boyles moves over for the inside line. Is he going to try and outbreak Billy Harker into the first corner? And he does, up the inside, as clean as you like. So Christian Boyles then back up into 13th place, just ahead of Billy Harker. Brad Byrne in 12th, but Daniel Pearson on the move now. He's up into 11th place with a 136.8 that last lap. But Brandon Kavanagh, a 133.5 compared to his best 133.2. So slightly slower there, but the consistency's there, and he just has to hold off James Walsh. Liam Trainor's going to come under some pressure here within the next couple of laps. Brett McCallum is out on his own. He's got a good clear road ahead of him, so he could steal the last step of the podium here. But here's Brandon Kavanagh across the line, opening up that gap even further. 5 laps to go then in this race, and a whole gaggle of machines coming down towards us here now. That's Liam Trainor. Aidan Cleary is on the move. He's got the inside line. Can he get that done before the braking marker? And he does indeed. Oh, and they just nip into Gordon's there. So it looks like Aidan Cleary is back up into 4th place. But look, Brett McCallum, he's in 3rd at the minute. He's on the charge, a 135.8 that time round. Brandon Kavanagh and James Walsh look to be safe at the minute. Billy Harker, Christian Boyles still ahead of him. The two of them are dicing it. They have to be careful because that group behind them, Aaron Hans, Ashley Robinson, they're starting to catch them. Again, what a race for Brett McCallum. So we'll look at the gap then from James Walsh's 9.3 seconds. I think he may be safe then. Still lapping slightly quicker than Brett. So Brandon, he done what he needed to do. He had to get the whole shot. He had to get away from that group. And he's just maintaining that gap now on James Walsh as he crosses the fastest lap again. Brandon Kavanagh with the fastest lap again, a 132.3. So Liam Trainor and Aidan Cleary. There's Aidan Cleary out in his own. So Aidan Cleary on track now, up into 3rd place. But we wait for this man, round and Brayside. Brett McCallum, number 101. Oh, Brett McCallum, he's made a mistake somewhere. So Brett McCallum has made a mistake somewhere. The rest of the group ahead have upped the pace, but Brett was a 136.7 that time round, so just over a second slower that lap. And McCallum has now been demoted to 7th place. So it looks like the chances of a podium here for Brett are dwindling away as he drops to 7th. But Daniel Pearson again up into 9th place now. Pearson had a good day yesterday. Billy Harker, a 135 faster again from Harker. Just ahead of Christian Boyles, a 135.0. There's absolutely nothing in it between these pair. But Brandon Kavanagh with the fastest lap. Once again, a 132.3 from James Walsh, a 132.8 that time round. So they are still up in the pace. Big long look over his shoulder there for Brandon Kavanagh. He has the confidence. 3 laps to go on this one. A reminder for the lightweight Supersport machines to make their way to the holding area. What a ride from Aidan Cleary. Michael Clegg, Graham Smallwoods, Fred McMullen up into 7th place now. Smallwoods holding on to that 6th. Aidan Cleary having a good weekend. He got the wee Supersport 400 machine absolutely sussed. New gearbox, new engine, and he's looking forward to riding again. Ashley Robinson up into 13th now, just ahead of Aaron Hans, our newcomer. But Brett McCallum down into 8th place now. Slightly slower again that time from Brett McCallum. Don't know whether he has an issue with that machine. Larking away through on his ZX6 machine. You hear him just playing with that clutch as he breaks down into Gorton Corner. James Walsh isn't letting this one go. He was faster again that last lap, 132.7. But Brandon Cavan is going to be hard to catch, 132.3. Here he comes again then. The gap was 2.6 seconds on the last lap. It's now 2.2 seconds, so James Walsh is starting to close Cavan back in again. We may have a race on our hands here on this last lap coming. But look at Aidan Cleary then. He's a further 11 seconds back. Liam Traynor really under pressure now. Michael Clyde moving over to the right hand side of the road, but Traynor surely he's too far back to make a move. Oh, he squeezed up the inside there through Gorton's, but it's whether he was able to get it stopped for the drive up the McAdoo bends. But Aidan Cleary looks like he's going to have this one in the bag. Brett McCallum dropping further back again. So Brett McCallum, he's given himself a shake, and he's back in the groove. A 1:35.7 from McCallum. Oh, that's Christian Boyles. Nasty Robinson. Someone just tipping the limiter there on the way past. No mechanical sympathy whatsoever for that wee machine. Bailey Harker again charging that Cowden Racing Kawasaki up into 9th place now for Harker, a 1:34.1. So he could have been right at the pointy end if he was doing them lap times from the very start. So they'll be getting the last lap flag next time round. Here we go then. The very own Paul Gartland has got himself a wee job to do. So the gap's back up now to 3.3 seconds. I think James Walsh is settled for this second place. Aidan Cleary way through, still in that third. Michael Clyde starting to pull away from Liam Traynor. That was such a move Michael Clyde made on Traynor into the first corner in the last lap, and he's made it work for him. He's pulled out a gap on Traynor, 2.1 seconds now. So he looks like he's in a safe 4th place. Brett McCallum still pushing. Slightly faster again there from McCallum, a 1:34.9 from McCallum, but Pearson and Byrne battling out on track and starting to see each other off there. As Bailey Harker crosses the line, still holding on to that 9th place. He's just ahead of that group, and that's exactly where he wants to stay. Oh, look at Christian Boyles as they go through Mick Hogan and Connor Curtis. 3 abreast going into Gordon's. That's not going to work. So who's going to be latest on the brakes? Who gives it that extra wee squeeze? So they're all through safely there then. But Michael Clyde, he's going to try everything to keep Liam Traynor at bay. And Liam Traynor's going to try everything to get that 4th place back off Clyde. So here we go then. Senior support winner, Brandon Kavanagh across the line. James Walsh 7 for that 2nd place. And I'm sure this is going to be one happy man. Aidan Cleary takes the last step of the podium. Michael Clyde, look at the gap that he's pulled over Traynor, but across the line, it's Fred McMullen. So Liam Traynor dropping right back out of that one. And he had to settle for 7th place. And here's Brett McCallum, so close. But he just couldn't hold on to it in the end. Had to settle for 8th. Brad Byrne across the line with Daniel Pearson tucked in behind. Good run there for Pearson in this one. But he is side by side across the line. Oh, iron hands. Pearson, Hans and Robinson. And Roddy Taylor on that end for Augusta. Christian Boyles cross the line with Paul Ward, Connor Curtis, Mick Hogan. That's gradually demoting Roddy Taylor down the timing screens. So Brandon Kavanagh taking the win in that one. with a 132.3 fastest lap. James Walsh in second, a 132.7. Aidan Cleary will be one happy man in third place, a 132.9. So he was matching the times of the leaders. Michael Clyde in fourth, a 133.1. Graham Smallwood's fifth, a 133.5. Fred McMullen in sixth with a 133.9. Liam Trainer in seventh, a 133.9. Brett McCallan then in eighth, a 134.7. Bailey Harker ninth with a 134.0. Brad Byrne 10th, a 134.0. Absolutely nothing in it there between 8th and 10th place. Daniel Pearson found himself in 11th in the end then after holding on to that 9th place for so long. Aaron Hans in 12th, 13th Ashley Robinson, 14th Christian Boyles, 15th was Paul O'Rourke, 16th Connor Curtis, 17th was Mick Hogan, Michael Hoy in 18th, Roddy Taylor demoted to 19th, and Blake O'Hare is your top 20. What a great way to start the day here at the Bear Competitions, Cookstown 100 under the sun, and what a great race that was. Race 2 coming up next then, it's the lightweight Supersport. Here we go then, the lightweight Supersport machines coming out onto the track now. Paddy McColgan there on his gas machine. Brilliant wee bike. Darrell Tweed, Paddy McColgan, 2 laps, Paddy. Paddy's only doing 2 laps today. He's got sore ribs, God love him. He had a wee slip off at Kirkuson or Bishop's Court last weekend, but he's on the grid and it's good to see him out again. Dave Walsh alongside him there, number 7. But Darrell Tweed lines up. He was having issues with that Supersport 400 machine yesterday. A wee bit of a misfire and it just cut out on him coming out of one of the road ends. And of course, Kevin Lavery on that wee TZ 250 Yamaha, gorgeous wee machine. And we were joking yesterday, it's good to see some real race bikes still circulating around Cookstown. Another 250 out. Chris Mayer just at the back of the first group there. He lines up in 8th place. And Dan Sale, of course. So Dan Sale alongside Chris Mayer. We'll keep an eye on Dan on that wee 250. Tweed, calm, cool and collected. Able looking to get away. And of course we were talking to Aidan Cleary. Fantastic 3rd place in the last race, but Aidan Cleary has a new donkey in that machine. New gearbox. And he says there's a really long first gear on the 400 and it gets him out of the corners a lot easier. It's a lot easier to ride. But this race will tell the tale. Number 79 there in row 2. Ashley Robinson. We 400 Kawasaki. Great weekend so far for Ashley. Great season so far for Ashley. Dan Sale just moving across. So we'll keep an eye again. We'll be looking at corrected time. We'll keep an eye on that corrected time as the race goes on with the number 8 machine. Dan Sale, I'm sure he'll be in with a shout of this one. So here we go then. Machines leaving the grid for the warm-up lap. Machine there, Neil Lloyd. Phil Lunny and Laird Shingleton. So if there's any spectators, anyone in this area just down below us, can you please move in behind the fence? So this is officials only, this area. Any teams across the road in the signalling area, so any pit boards, they need to go across the road. And no spectators in that area as well, please. So it's only for teams, only for mechanics with pit boards, and to signal to their riders. Yeah. Hi. So Darrell Tweed then will line up in pole. Aidan Cleary in 2nd place. Aidan's determined to get this one. But Darrell Tweed's very hard to beat. In the smaller classes, this wee 400, he loves it. Absolutely loves riding this wee bike. Aidan Cleary 2nd. Kevin Lavery in 3rd. Paddy McColgan lines up in 4th. 5th is Dave Walsh. 6th, Ashley Robinson. 7th, Richard Ford. Chris Mayer then lines up in 8th place. 9th is Dan Sale. 10th, Leon Murphy. Roddy Taylor in 11th. Andy Hornby lines up in 12th. Eamon McKeown in 13th. 14th is Michael Hoy. Roy Worst in 15th. James Rothery 16th. 17th Neil Lloyd. 18th Dale Brew. Phil Lunny 19th. And Laird Shingleton, your top 20. Oh no, an issue for Aidan Cleary, unfortunately. Oh, so Aidan's race is over before it even begins. So unfortunate there. That new machine. But here we go then. The Reds go up. Cleary moves aside. So the green flag is waved at the back of the grid. They're told to watch the lights. Light goes up, away to go. Oh, great start there. Paddy McColgan. Paddy McColgan's going to get the whole shot in this one. Now for the second group. Dan Sale on that 250. Paddling off the line. Away they go. Great start there for Dan Sale. Third group now. Number 75 machine of Neil Lloyd. A fantastic start there. So it looks like Neil Lloyd's going to get the whole shot in this one as they head down towards Gordon. And they disappear behind the trees and start the climb up to McAdoo Bends. And no doubt the leaders are already out through Mackney. Again, a short track, there's 2.1 miles, but very technical indeed. Roddy Taylor out on the wee 400. Good to see him out. The number 2 machine, he was riding the MV Augusta the last time round. So he's riding the Supersport 400 machine for John Cliff from Whitby Tyres and Exhausts. So he wants to thank John Cliff for the loan of his bike. John Cliff, actually a good goer himself in the day in that wee 400. So the machines are round in Brayside now. Back out, driving down the hill. It's Darrell Tweed. And a huge lead Darrell Tweed has over Kevin Lavery on the 250. Oh, look at Chris Mayer. Chris Mayer with a phenomenal start there for Chris Mayer. Ashley Robinson just tucked in behind in 4th place. Leon Murphy way through. Richard Ford, Eamon McKeown, Michael Hoy, Andy Hornby. The number 42 machine, Andy Hornby, had a retirement yesterday in the Classic Superbikes, unfortunately. But he's got plenty of machines to keep him busy this weekend. James Rothery up into 13th at the minute. Here comes the third group then. Neil Lloyd, huge lead over Dale Brew. No sign of Dan Sale. Ivan Bolt away through. Here comes Phil Lunny. It looks like Phil Lunny has a retirement there into the paddock just. So Darrell Tweed, 2.6 seconds of a lead over Leon Murphy at the minute. So the timing screen just sorting itself out here at the minute. The corrected time, but here comes, oh, it's Kevin Lavery. So Kevin Lavery, no Darrell Tweed this time round. Kevin Lavery leading this race. Chris Mayer, Ashley Robinson in behind trying to slipstream that 250, but the wee 400 just doesn't have the legs on the 250 Honda. Paddy McColgan, 5th place at the minute, Dave Walsh. So So with no Darrell Tweed this time round. Oh, look at Leo Murphy. Check, make sure that's right, but it looks like Leo Murphy is leading this one on corrected time, and there is Dan Sale up into third on corrected time. So it's all changing, folks. Leo Murphy a 138.3 that time round. Kevin Lavery a 138.4. So Kevin's going to have to bite the screen till the end of this race. Dan Sale then at the minute on the last step of the podium in third place. Number 43 away through there, Dale Brew. And you can just love hearing them two-stroke machines. You can nearly hear the air getting sucked through the carburetors and the haze of blue smoke. We'll be seeing a wee bit more of that later on. Comes the 400 Kawasaki across the line of Ivan Bolt. Bit of a lonely race there for Ivan. A 2:07.3, so his lap times are starting to come down now. But what a lap there for the number 61 machine of Leo Murphy. Here's Kevin Lavery. Across the line, the 64. He's up the pace now, a 136.9. A 137.9, should have said. So 137. Chris Mayer then, a 139.7. Ashley Robinson up into third, but there's Leo Murphy. Leo Murphy slips into second. Dan Sale. Dan Sale just looking at another gear there, but he's up into third. He's holding on that. Better that time, a 139.7 for Chris Mayer. So Dan Sale just 4.9 seconds off Kevin Lavery. He posted the best time, fastest time there, 137.9. Leo Murphy, 138.3. So he's got himself an awful lot of work to do, Murphy, to get back up on the top. But he's just at the tail end of that group. He has softened the chase. Whereas Kevin Lavery out in his own. He needs to get that pit board. He needs to know where he is on track. If he has to push or just maintain the gap where he is, it's only 0.1 of a second back to Leo Murphy. Dale Brew going through again. A 154.1 that time from Dale Brew in 15th place. And the wee 250 again, he's upped his time. So here's the 250 of Kevin Lavery. A 138.7 that time, so he's eased off this lap. He's going to have to be careful because Leo Murphy is still pushing hard. Look at Dave Walsh. Wow, Dave Walsh just cutting across the nose there of Richard Ford. Dan Sale crosses the line. And we'll wait for the screens to sort themselves out. He's still holding on to that third place. Dan Sale, Leo Murphy still in that second. Leo Murphy was slightly slower that time as well, a 139.5. But the 250 of Kevin Lavery still leading this race. The 250 lap record is 129.6, and that was in 2009, held by the great William Dunlop. 84.3 mile an hour lap. It just shows how hard William Dunlop was pushing. Kevin Lavery at the minute, a 77.1 mile an hour lap. Lightweight Supersport lap record held by Darrell Tweed. In 2024, 133.8 and 80.5 mile an hour lap there for Darrell Tweed. And I'm sure if the bike didn't retire, he would have had another lap record under his belt. Eamon McKeown up into 9th place, going well. Eamon McKeown pushing number 118 machine. So a 141.7. There's Kevin Lavery. 4 laps to go in this race. Kevin Lavery, another faster lap, a 137.1. So he's starting to respond now to Leo Murphy. Number 7 machine of Dave Walsh through. Richard Ford. Dan Sale. So Dan Sale. I'm just looking for Murphy. So Murphy hasn't seemed to, oh, there's Leon Murphy. He must have made a mistake somewhere. A 2-minute 1.8 that time for Murphy. I was trying to keep an eye on him up the hill, but he's across the line. Kevin Lavery leading this race, but Dan Sale now promoted to second place. Chris Mayer up into third. Ashley Robinson fourth, still in behind Chris, and Paddy McColgan holding on to that fifth. So the next machine's out then. The Moto 1, 125 and 300 machines, if you can make your way to the holding area. Only 3 and a bit laps left of this race. So Moto 3, 125 and 300 machines to the holding area. Number 75 coming through there, Neil Lloyd. It was a great start for Neil Lloyd. He's just starting to slow up now. That was a 151.9 that time from Neil Lloyd, just over a second slower than his best lap. Kevin Lavery away through then. Look at Chris Mayer. They're starting to dice through the slower riders now. Ashley Robinson through the race, but we're waiting for Dan Sale to come across the line, and here he comes. Well tucked in behind that screen. So Dan Sale across the line. So Dan Sale third now for Dan, a 140.4 that time round compared to his best of 139.2. So Chris Mayer, it's Chris Mayer now up into second place. A 139.4 for Chris compared to his best of 138.9, but there was quite a bit of traffic for him to cut through. But what a result this will be for the German. Chris Mayer up into second place. Dan Sale demoted to third. Kevin Lavery that time round, he's starting to settle the pace. A 138.2 for Kevin Lavery. Dan Sale, he doesn't have the same clean track ahead of him now. He's got a wee bit of traffic to start to cut through, and that's going to slow the pace up. If he can get that wee 250 cut through them pretty quickly, he might get away with it. A 139.4 the last time. The gap is just over 10 seconds back on Kevin Lavery, so I don't think he's going to claw anything back with less than 2.5 laps to go. Ashley Robinson at the minute leading the lightweight Supersport 400 class, but there's the 250 leader Kevin Lavery. Neil Lloyd just in behind him, so Neil Lloyd has upped the pace now that Kevin Lavery's got past, so he might have got a bit of a tow with him. Chris Mayer across the line, Ashley Robinson. Here's Dave Walsh on that thundering Super Moto machine with a big distinctive number 7. Oh, Dan Sale still hasn't got past Richard Ford. I thought he might have got him up around the back half of the track. So Dan Sale still in that third place, 1.1 seconds back on Chris Mayer. So if he gets past Richard Ford, he might be able to claw that back. 1.1 seconds. You could get that within 2 laps. 153, Ivan Bolt away through there. So again, another call for the Moto 3, 125 and 300s to the holding area. Kevin Lavery, qualifying time, a 140.4. He's now pumping out 137.1s. Again, it's not as windy as what it was yesterday, and a lot of riders were struggling with gearing, and they were hitting the limiter just about where I am here now, some of the machines, with a wee bit of a tailwind. But they seem to have got it all sorted now. So here he is, Kevin Lavery. Kevin Lavery, he's going to cruise to the finish then. A 138.1 that time round. Look at Chris Mayer. So Chris Mayer has pulled another gap on Ashley Robinson. Ashley Robinson sitting up there, being a wee bit too polite with Neil Lloyd. She moves over to the right-hand side then, and should get past Neil Lloyd with no problem, but she was a wee bit too polite with Lloyd coming past the start and finish there. Number 61 way through. So Leon Murphy, it was looking close for Murphy. Murphy could have been in contention there of a podium, but unfortunately it's not going to happen today for the wee Supersport machine. He's back up to 7th place after floating about 8th with Eamon McCune. So he's out ahead of McCune now. A 1:38.6 that time for Murphy. He's got a wee bit of confidence back, but whatever happened in the previous laps, that spoilt his race. But Dan Seal still in that 3rd place. The gap back, Chris Mayer, 0.7 seconds. Absolutely nothing in it. So Dan Seal could still be in contention for this 2nd place of the podium. 153, bolt away through again. And we're waiting for the leader. Here he comes. Kevin Lavery on the TZ250 Yamaha takes the win. A 1:38.5 that time round for Lavery. We're waiting on Chris Mayer then. And not long behind Chris will be Ashley Robinson, but it's Dan Seal we're waiting for. Chris Mayer across the line. We have to wait to see what Dan Seal has done in this lap. Ashley Robinson, here he comes in. Dan Seal well tucked in behind that machine. Across the line. 3rd place for Dan Seal. Chris Mayer was able to hold him off. 0.6 of a second back on Mayer. So Dan Seal had to settle for 3rd place. Ashley Robinson across the line wins the Supersport 400 class. Oh, great battle there. Roy Wurst in 8th. Eamon McCune 9th. So Leon Murphy made his way up into 6th place, but it wasn't as good as sitting in that 2nd. But he was 2nd in the lightweight Supersport 400s, followed by Richard Ford. Dale Brew across the line, the number 43 machine. So Kevin Lavery, good start to Lavery's day. Win on the road, a 250 win. Chris Mayer in 2nd place, and 3rd was Dan Seal. Winner of lightweight Supersport 400, Ashley Robinson. Dave 4th on the road, 5th on the road, and winner of the Super Monos with Dave Walsh. 6th on the road, Leon Murphy, and 2nd in the lightweight Supersport. Richard Ford, 3rd in the lightweight Supersport, and 7th on the road. Roy Wurst was 4th of the Supersports, 8th on the road. Eamon McCune, 5th Supersport, and 9th on the road. James Rothery, 6th of the Supersports, 10th on the road. And across the line then, Ivan Bolt. James Rothery, 10th and 6th lightweight Supersport. Neil Lloyd, 7th in the Supersport, 11th on the road. Dale Brew, 4th of the 250s and 12th on the road. 13th then was Ivan Bolt, but across the line in 8th of the lightweight Supersport 400 class. Unfortunately, Paddy McColgan, Michael Hoy, Andy Hornby and Darrell Tweed were all retirements in that race. So next up then, the Moto 3, 125 and 300 class. And with a surprise entry yesterday in the Moto 3 class, this is going to be another exciting race. And again, the machine's just going out on track, but I'd like to thank everyone watching on YouTube and who's getting involved, everyone getting involved in the chat and out for a wee bit of crack as well. Special thanks to the super chatters, is would you call them super chatters? You would. So Danielle, W. Murphy and J.R. Dillon, thank you so much. And hopefully you are enjoying the stream. Aye. So here we go, the machine's just heading out on track now. The 125s, they're the Moto 3 machines. Nigel Moore.
Michael's qualified first, didn't he?
Yeah. So here we go then, the machine's getting ready for the warm-up lap. Sail out once again. We're just waiting for our friends at Greenlight and Stephen Watson doing a wee interview. R7 there of Owen Everard, just getting a wee spin out once again. So the Moto 3s, the 125s and the Supersport 300s out on track. Great wee class, that Supersport 300. Very popular in the Ulster Superbike Championship with the up and coming stars. So it's quite popular in the road racing scene as well. Lee Osprey, last year's champion on the Tyrone Mullen machine. An awful lot of Moto 3s out this season, and a couple of 125s still hanging in there, which is great to see. So they will line up as Michael Dunlop on pole, from Dan Sale in second place. Third place is Chris Mayer. Nigel Moore in fourth. Don Gilbert in fifth. Robert O'Neill in sixth. The fastest of the Moto 3s. Gary Jordan in there, seventh of the Moto 3s. Kyle Parks, eighth. Ninth of the Moto 3s, Gareth Arnold. Jack Sands, Aidan Scaife, Darren Duncan, Simon Lehan, Brian Harding, Malcolm Love and Dale Brew. Supersport 300s, Lee Osprey, fastest of the 300 class, with Joe Loughlin in behind in second. Third was William Grant, and fourth fastest Supersport 300, Mark Johnson. Got the time screen on. Whenever I don't vote. Alright, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Here we go then, Lee Osprey lines up third on the grid, first of the lightweight Supersport 300s. But Dan Sale, he'll be deadly confident now after that last race, but here they go, they're told the reds go up, watch the back, oh, look at Chris Mayer, what a blinder of a start for Chris Mayer. Group 2 then. Gary Jordan concentrating, looking down that long straight. Look at William Grant. William Grant with a visa of a start there in that Supersport 300. Third group then. Keep a close eye. Simon Lehan looks like he's maybe got the whole shot in that one. Brian Harding over the left hand side. Lehan has got the line at the minute, but Harding will have to go round the long way. So it looks like Lehan getting the whole shot in the third group. But what a start there for William Grant. Just sliced his way through there on the second group. Gary Jordan staying tight to that right hand side. And Kyle Parks sandwiched in the middle. Moto 3 lap record held by Derek McGee in 2018. A 133.8, 80.5 mile an hour lap on one of these wee machines. 125 lap record, 79.7 mile an hour lap, a 134.7 held by William Dunlop in 2010. So we've got a handful of 125s out here, but the majority of the field covered by Moto 3 machines. Gary Jordan opting for the Moto 3 this season as well. But here we go then. It's Chris Mayer. So Chris Mayer in the lead from Dan Sale. Dan Sale in second. Michael Dunlop in third place. What a ride there for Chris Mayer. Michael Dunlop's transponder doesn't seem to be registering on the timing screens, but he most definitely is in third place. William Grant across the line there. Kyle Parks in behind Gary Jordan, Darren Duncan on the wee 125 Honda, Mark Johnson 12-13 Aidan Scaife, Jack Sands, Simon Lehan, Dale Brew, Malcolm Love and Brian Harding, all in that order. So there may be a problem with Michael Dunlop's transponder, but he's now registered up into third place then. What a start for Chris Mayer. So the gap back from Chris Mayer to Dan Sale is 0.3 seconds. Leading the way in the Supersport 300, Lee Osprey from Joe Loughlin. Third place, William Grant. Fourth place, Mark Johnson. So it won't be long before we're seeing them once again round in the Bray side. Here they come then. My good marshal friend waving to let me know that they're on their way. So here we go then, someone way out on their own. It's Dunlop. So Dunlop has got a huge lead now over Chris Mayer. Look at Dan Sale. Dan Sale in the slipstream of Chris Mayer. He's looking to get as much out of that wee Moto 3 machine as he can. Moves over to the right hand side. He's going to try and get Chris Mayer on the brakes. Oh, and he does. So Dan Sale back up into second place. Michael Dunlop with the fastest lap. A 1:36.5. Still leading the way in the Supersport 300. It's Lee Osprey from Joe Loughlin and William Grant up into third place. Dan Sale there. Simon Lehan away out in his own this time round. Malcolm Love still holding on to that 19th place, but 15th in the Moto 3 class. So Dan Sale back up to second place now. But will he be able to hold it? Chris Mayer very good over the jumps, very good over Black's Farm and the technical parts of this track. But again, you could see how much Dan Sale had to tuck in, how much of the slipstream he had to use to get past, even to stay with Chris Mayer's machine down this long straight heading for Gorton Corner. He had to do all his work on the brakes. But at the same time, he has to get it tucked back in. He needs the drive up the hill through McAdoo's. Here he comes again then. Dunlop with another 1:36.2 as he crosses the line. Sale starting to pull away now from Chris Mayer. Dunlop with a 5.4 second lead. It's the Parker Racing Transport machine of Don Gilbert in fourth place. Joe Loughlin just in behind. So Joe Loughlin really pushing that wee 300 to its limits. Staying with these 250 Grand Prix machines. William Grant out in his own, but still holding that third place in Supersport 300. Kyle Parks away through on his 125 Honda. Hayden Skype, Darren Duncan. Jack Sands up into 15th place now, uncorrected time. But Michael Dunlop, fastest lap again, a 1:36.2. Dan Sales, 1:38.7. Huge lead, Brian Harding on Dale Brew. Brian Harding again using that slipstream and just moving over to the right hand side. Slipstream is crucial on one of these machines. But again, the corner speed you have to carry as well is phenomenal as the drive up the hill towards McAdoo's. But here comes the leaders once again. Around in Brayside, and you can just tell by the body language it's Michael Dunlop. Here he comes then, number 16 machine from the RK Bose Engineering Moto 3. Slightly slower that time from Dunlop, a 1:36.6. Still being chased by Chris Mayer. He's not giving up. He's just 1.6 seconds back. Don Gilbert, you can see they're just tipping that limiter there. Don Gilbert in fourth, closely followed by Lee Osprey in fifth in that Supersport 300 bike of Tryson Mullins. Joe Loughlin in sixth. William Grant across the line, 8.5 minutes, but we're waiting for it. There's Gary Jordan and Kyle Parks. Gary Jordan starting to close the gap on Kyle Parks now, 0.3 of a second. 54 machine, Adrian Skype away through. Gareth Arnold up into 13th now, getting the better of Darren Duncan, but Jack Sands in the hunt. Again, Supersport 300 lap record held by Darrell Tweed, a 1:43.1, a 73.2 mile-an-hour lap. Lee Osprey, a 1:39.5. So a wee bit of work there. So a great lap there for Lee Osprey. He's putting the work in. A new lap record. And he's pushing that 300 to the limit. Someone else pushing to the limit here. It's Mickey D. Across the line. Still maintaining that gap. He's just taking it easy. 1:36.8. Dan Sale across a 138.6 there for Dan Sale that time round, and a 138.8, slightly slower from the top three here at the minute. But nobody's pushing as hard as Lee Osprey, a 139.4. But look at Joe Loughlin, a 139.42 from Joe Loughlin. So Joe Loughlin with the new track lap record for Supersport 300. So Joe Loughlin broke Lee Osprey's lap record from the previous lap. And these two are really at it neck and neck now. Gary Jordan away through. Still pushing against Kyle Park, still struggling to get by that 125 Honda. So Jack Sands, I'm sure Jack would love to be up there with Gareth Arnold and Darren Duncan, but he's just dropped off the pace ever so slightly. And with only 3 and a bit laps to go, Simon Lehan just tipping the limiter, looking down at the dash there. There's maybe a wee bit of a misfire out of that machine as he went past. But Brian Harding still ahead of Malcolm Love. Malcolm Love hasn't got an awful lot of time left to do anything. Here comes Michael Dunlop once again. So Dale Brew is about to get an awful fright because the bull's coming through. Big long look over his left shoulder there for Dan Sale. He's got a wee bit of room left for Chris Mayer. But the gap, 1.7 seconds. So Chris Mayer closing that gap on Dan Sale now. With a lap of 137.9. Dan Sale's best lap of 138.1. So Chris Mayer is on the move. Don Gilbert, Lee Osprey across the line. Again, that must see another lap record for Lee Osprey. So they're going back and forward. So they're going between Joe Loughlin and Lee Osprey. They're bouncing back and forward with these lap records. But at the minute, it's Lee Osprey. He's leading the way with a 139.2. Previous lap record held by Darrell Tweed was a 143.1. So a huge difference in time there. Darren Duncan away for Jack Sands once again. Darren Duncan still struggling to get past Gareth Arnold. So Michael Dunlop, talk about consistency, a 136.8, and he's been doing that for the last 3 laps. Simon Lehan, I'm just noticing there is no Joe Loughlin. So no Joe Loughlin this time round. Here he comes, Michael Dunlop on Brian Harding. So Brian Harding just trying to tuck in behind Michael to try and use that slipstream to pull away from Malcolm Love. Malcolm Love closed that gap up, 0.5 of a second back on Brian Harding. So they'll be getting the last lap flag the next time round. Lee Osprey up into 4th place on the road then, but still leading the Supersport 300. And he's decided not to break a lap record this time. He's just showing off at this point, but he's going to settle for that win. And he's in a great position there along with Don Gilbert. Up in behind him, he has to remember he's running in his own race here and he's running his own championship. William Grant in that 2nd place of the Supersport 300, 6th on the road for Grant. So again, Gary Jordan, Kyle Parks just starting to pull away now from Gary Jordan, 0.7 of a second. Further back in, Gareth Arnold just over 20 seconds further back in the last group. Aidan Skyfe tucked in behind Darren Duncan. So Gareth, that was a good lap there for Gareth Arnold, a 143.9. And he's starting to pull away, and he's got that B off his back in the shape of Darren Duncan on the wee 125 Honda. Here comes Michael Dunlop again. A 137.9 that time round for Michael Dunlop. It's last lap time then. Dan Sale dicing his way through the traffic. But I think Chris Mayer's going to struggle maybe to get past Malcolm Love here, is he? He moves over to the right-hand side. He has to get past him before McAdoo's. And he can't get past him before Gordon. So he's going to give himself an awful lot of work to do on the climb up the hill towards McAdoo's. So again, another call for the Supersport 600A race to the holding area. That's the Supersport 600A race to the holding area. It's the last lap as Nigel Moore goes through. Robert O'Neill has got the better of Nigel Moore on that last lap. Up into 6th place for O'Neill. And then Kyle Parks across the line, uncorrected time, up into 7th on the road and 5th of the Moto 3s. And Gary Jordan's going with him as well. He's up to 8th place now. So Gary Jordan with a 141.0, he's upped his pace and he's the 6th Moto 3 on the road. V125 Honda of Gareth Arnold trying to get tucked in behind that as much as he can. So they're well spread out this time round. So Darren Duncan just dropping back in behind Adrian Scout and Jack Sands. And Jack Sands still maintaining that gap. He could have been up there and it could have been a good race for him, but here he is! Michael Dunlop takes the win in the Moto 3 class. The number 16 machine on the RK Burrows Engineering Moto 3. Here's Dan Sales. Second place for Dan Sales. And what a race there for Chris Mayer in 3rd. We'll wait for Lee Osprey then. Oh, here comes Brad Harding on Malcolm Love across the line. Brian Harding getting the better of Malcolm Love. Just Lee Osprey across the line wins the Supersport 300 class. And a new lap record for Osprey, 139.2. So we're waiting for William Grant then. He should clinch this 2nd place in the Supersport 300. Across the line, Nigel Moore just at the back of that group. Here he comes. William Grant, 2nd place, Supersport 300 lightweight. Another fantastic race, ladies and gentlemen. The Moto 3 125s and 300s never fail to impress. So Michael Dunlop taking the win with a 136.2 fastest lap. Dan Sale in 2nd, a 137.4. Chris Mayer in 3rd with a 137.9 as Gareth Arnold crosses the line. And Adrian Skype just in behind. 13th, Darren Duncan. He just dropped off the pace at last, and this should be Jack Sands then for 14th place. Winner of the Supersport 300 and new lap record, Lee Osprey, number 45 on the Tyson Mullen racing machine, and he's 4th on the road. 5th on the road, but 4th in the Moto 3 was Don Gilbert on the Moto 3 on the Honda. The 250 Honda machine, that must say a 139.2 with the Parker Racing Team. 2nd in the Supersport 300, 6th on the road, William Grant then. So William Grant, a 140.7. He'll be well pleased with that. 5th of the Moto 3s is Kyle Parks. 6th was Gary Jordan. 7th, Robert O'Neill. 8th, Nigel Moore. 9th was Gareth Arnold. 10th, Adrian Skype. Darren Duncan in 11th. 12th was Jack Sands. 13th, Simon Leon. 14th, Brian Harding. Malcolm Love 15th. 16th, Dale Brew. So next up then, the Supersport 600 race, Group A. If you can make your way to the holding area, please. You'll be out on track very, very shortly.
We okay doing a quick interview?
Yes, mate, I'm going to have a wee smoke.
No worries.
Good man.
Drop the camera, drop it.
Oh, did it? receivers and stuff.
Yeah, I know what it is. It just loses connection or something. It's weird.
It did come on itself last time, didn't it? Last night.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It's not hot, like.
Yeah. Yeah, just do the first one again.
So again, ladies and gentlemen, hopefully our friends at Greenlight have completed their interviews. Just a couple of vehicles that need moved. Registrations 242, JK238 and 242W328. If them vehicles can be moved ASAP. 242 JK238 and 242 W328.
been sitting at about consistent 1.5, 1.7 all day. Very good. Do that all day, it's been a good number. Did it just start working? Was it just...
Yeah, just
The problem with phones as well is that you can't type, you know, on a computer you can probably sort that out really easily by the cache or something, but so it's
Yes.
hard to do that for you. Is that right? 5.21 now? We've done 200 subscribers this morning. That's nearly, we're 4 subscribers off 1,000 for the weekend. Holy crap. That's gonna kill it at time of either if they're fucking live streaming.
people have to pay for it. People who like paying for stuff.
Oh, is it not gonna be like
It's not
BBC?
free, no.
Or is it gonna be like the TT type stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah, see, they probably made a fortune from that in the TT last year, so we're all thinking how are you gonna do that, but we won't be able to see them on that.
No.
And the TT's a week as well, you know, it's not gonna be there. No, that TT covers for 20 quid.
I know, it is.
See working from home, you've got that as well, you can watch it over there.
I get it for free.
Have you? Oh, and it's on that, even though it's a TT website?
There's a TT program, TT channel. You can watch it. And it's pretty good.
So I can get on my computer and see it. Because anything I'm getting it fast, you can get on the TT.
Yeah.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, they're just sorting a few issues in and around the track. They're moving a few things about, but it shouldn't be too much longer. Just a reminder for anyone in around the track and anyone who hasn't been able to make it, we are streaming live from the commentary box here. And of course, if you are in around the jumps or something and you want a wee bit of a taster at the start and finish,
Tune into Commentary Corner YouTube channel where we're
Signalling area for teams only, so please, no spectators in this area just across from the grid. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen, for the warm-up lap. Paul Jordan. He's off the line as quick as he can get. He's going to push hard on this warm-up lap, no doubt, through Gordon and McAdoo's up to Mackney, and then he'll slow the pace up because he needs to get that whole shot. He needs to get away from the group. That V2 Ducati really working well for Paul this weekend. Darrell Tweed in second then. Michael Sweeney lines up in third. Michael Sweeney was saying they're struggling with these, with the slightly older R6 compared to this next generation. So the R9s and the V2 Ducatis will surely dominate in the future. Sean Brollian going very well in fourth. Marcus Simpson in fifth. Sixth is Kevin Keys. Julian Trummer lines up in seventh. Kevin Kenny lines up in eighth. Ninth is Michael Gann. 10th, Andy Farrell. Martin Morris lines up in 11th. 12th is Liam Chalk. Sean Buckle in 13th. Lee Hara 14th. Joe Loughlin 15th. Graham McAleese lines up in 16th place. Kevin Lavery in 17th. Ryan Whitehall 18th. 19th is Paul Cronson. And your top 20, John Marsh. So again, that Supersport lap record held by Adam McLean back in 2001 with an 89.5 mile an hour lap, a 124.4. We'll be keeping a close eye on that, and I'm sure between Paul Jordan, Darrell Tweed and Michael Sweeney, I'm sure it's going to go a couple of times during this race. So the Novo Gen Stanley Stewart racing machine lining up in his second place. Sean Brawley there, second of the V2 Ducatis, and behind. Nice stretch of the shoulders there from Brawley. Marcus Simpson having a great weekend as well. Kevin Keys looking strong. So here we go then. They're just sorting themselves out at the back of the grid. Michael Gann looking very cool there, cool, calm and collected. Number 222 machine, opting for the Suzuki this season. So here we go, the green flag is waved at the back. The reds go up, they're told to watch the flag. And away they go. Oh, and a great start there. Julian Trummer just trying to keep the front end down in that machine. That Triumph is very torquey. Here we go. Group 2 on our way. Andy Farrell with a cracker on the start. Oh, just cut the nose of Michael Gann on the Suzuki. But it looks like Andy Farrell whipped the whole shot. Third group then, Kevin Lavery. Paul Cronson alongside him. Paul Cronson and Kevin Lavery side by side going down towards Gordon. And Kevin Lavery with the inside line. And they all slot in behind each other. Oh, just a newcomer going around the outside there. Didn't catch going off the line. Maybe John Marsh there, perhaps, on Paul Cronson going through Gordon. So again, a great start from the first three. Paul Jordan, Darrell Tweed and Michael Sweeney off the line. Again, Julian Trummer just struggling to keep the front end of that Triumph down. He had to actually shut the throttle. Most of the time you could save it on the back brake or give it another couple of gears, short shifting. So they're on their way then. They'll be coming down towards us here any second now. Don't forget the senior support B up next. Here they come. It's Paul Jordan. But look at Darrell Tweed. Darrell Tweed isn't far behind him. Brawley ahead of Sweeney, but not for long. So Brawley Oh, Sweeney getting the move done, I think, before Gordon. Sweeney, an absolute demon on the brakes. Grid 2 then. So Joe Loughlin leading the way in Grid 2. Remember, keep an eye on Joe Loughlin. Uncorrected time. The number 27 machine on the Parker Transport Racing. To the R6 Yamaha this season. Dennis Booth the way through. With Paul Jordan, Darrell Tweed, Brawley across the line, but I think Michael Sweeney might have got the better of him through Gordon. Marcus Simpson in 5th. 6th is Kevin Keys. 7th, Julian Trummer. Joe Loughlin in 8th. Again, the next time round, we'll see what happens on corrected time. Joe Loughlin seemed to have been pulling away from Andy Farrell. Michael Gann just in behind. Graham McAleese in 11th. 12th, Liam Chalk. Lee Harra 13th, Sean Buckle 14th, 15th, Martin Morris, Kevin Lavery in 16th place on the trainer's Yamaha. 17th, John Morris, Paul Cranston 18th, 19th, Adrian Hudson, and Dennis Booth rounds up the top 20. But here comes the leaders once again. Paul Jordan is on an absolute blinder here already, and across the line, a 124.7. 124.7, the lap record is 124.4. There's still a wee bit to go. Michael Sweeney holding off at 3rd place with Sean Brawley in behind Marcus Simpson. Oh, look at Joe Loughlin. So Joe Loughlin pulling miles away from Michael Gann, who's got the better of Andy Farrell on that lap. Graham McAleese is on the chase now, and he's bringing Liam Chalk and Lee Harrell with him. Kevin Lavery through there in 16th place, John Morris. John Morris jumping up into 12th place then, so great start for John Morris. Michael Gann up into 9th then, just ahead of Kevin Lavery, who's 10th at the minute. Andy Farrell 11th as they sort themselves out and crack the time. Paul Jordan with the fastest lap at 124.7. Darrell Tweed at 126.1. Michael Sweeney 125.9 in 3rd place. Sean Brawley just dropping back a wee bit, 1.5 seconds off Michael Sweeney at 127.4. So here we go, we're just waiting for the leaders. Here they come, just in time. Paul Jordan thundering his way down past us once again as he crosses the line. And that looks like we just have to wait for confirmation. Paul Jordan, a new lap record as he crosses the line, 124.2, 89.7 mile an hour lap. And I've got a funny feeling that's going to go again. Tweed 4.1 seconds back on Paul Jordan. Michael Sweeney 0.6 off Darrell Tweed. And he's starting to drop Sean Brawley off now. Here's Andy Farrell again getting the better of Michael Gann. So Michael Gann across the line. Andy Farrell still ahead of him, but there's only 0.2 seconds in it as they're breaking down into Gordon's. They all behave themselves this time round. I got a glimmer of red there from Michael Gann. He may have got the better of Andy Farrell going into Gordon's. Dennis Booth away through a lonely race there for Dennis Booth. He's 5.9 seconds back on Adrian Hudson. Hudson and Morris having a great battle there. Morris with a 131.7 in 18th place. Hudson 19th with a 133.0. And 0.007 back on Hudson. So here they come then. Paul Jordan, will he do it again? Cross the line, and he does it again. A 124.0, an 89.9 mile an hour lap. But look at Michael Sweeney. Michael Sweeney moving over the right-hand side on Darrell Tweed. Oh, and he passes Tweed on the Triumph, but Tweed moves over. He's got the inside line on the brakes, and he's back up into 2nd place. The number 99 machine, Brawley, under pressure from Marcus Simpson as we were concentrating on Tweed and Sweeney there. Here's Joe Loughlin across the line. At the minute, he's in that 8th place, a 129.7 that time from Joe Loughlin. Andy Farrell still ahead of Michael Gann, but Liam Chalk now. Liam Chalk is looking away past Michael Gann. Again, the Suzuki just not getting all its own way this time round. Paul Cranston away through there. Adrian Hudson in behind Cranston. So Joe Loughlin again not able to capitalise on that corrected time this time round, but 8th at the minute. A 1:29.1 is Joe's best time on that Parker racing machine. But Paul Jordan on the Jackson Racing V2 Ducati, here he comes again. And there's just no stopping this man. A 1:23.9, a 90-mile-an-hour lap for Paul Jordan. Another lap record smashed clean out of the water. There's Kevin Keys on Brawley now. So Kevin Keys moving over on the right-hand side has caught Brawley. But the V2 Ducati is just too much for the Yamaha. And he's not able to do anything on the brakes. It looked like Kevin Keys might have ran a wee bit wide in through Gordon. So across the line, Keys up into 5th place. It looks like he ran wide there, but he might have been able to get a tuck back in before Marcus Simpson was able to get the better of him. Here comes Andy Farrell under pressure. Now look at Lee Hara. Lee Hara out dragging the ZX6 of Andy Farrell. No slipstream required. As he tucks down in through. It looks like Andy Farrell actually got the better of Lee Hara on the brakes through Gordon. So back down another place for Lee Hara in 12th. Andy Farrell holding on to that 11th. But I'm sure it's all going to change the next time round as Dennis Booth crosses the line. Here comes the thundering V2 of Paul Jordan. Across the line, that was a 1:24.0 that time round. He's starting to pace himself. 3 laps to go in this race then. Look at Darrell Tweed. Triumph versus Yamaha. Sweeney Tweed opts for the defensive line into Gordon and squeezes Michael Sweeney out to the curb. Michael Sweeney had no chance and he has to let Darrell Tweed go with that one for now, but I'm sure he's going to plan something in the later stages of this race. Kevin Keys and up into 4th place. Marcus Simpson 5th. Brawley demoted to 6th. So it may have been Brawley that ran wide at Gordon's. Here's Joe Loughlin. Still not 8th place, the number 27 machine. 1:30.3 that time compared to his best at 1:29. Look at Lee Hara with the lead on Andy Farrell. So Lee Hara has really upped his game now. So on corrected time, Lee Hara slips into 11th place just ahead of Andy Farrell and Michael Gann. Just tipping the limiter there. Paul Cranston getting a wee bit excited. Oh, here Paul Jordan already. So Paul Jordan getting the better of Dennis Booth. They'll be getting the last lap flag then next time round. And the Triumph there is starting to pull away from Sweeney. Sweeney has pushed and pushed that R6 to the limit. And there doesn't seem to be anything left. So Sweeney looks like he's going to settle for that 3rd place and take the points. Brawley, again, just can't hold on to the leading group. Marcus Simpson still chasing Kevin Keys. 1.4 seconds now, the gap is opened up to. But knowing Simpson, he will not give up on this one. Trummer still in that lonely 7th place. Here's Joe Loughlin. Joe Loughlin, a 1:30.1. Again, he's still a second slower than his best lap of a 1:29.1. But one man on the charge is Lee Hara. 9th across the line, but he will drop down to 11th place, I think. As the rest of them come through, Kevin Lavery in 10th. So Lee Hara stays where he is there in 9th. So on corrected time, he's worked his way back up again. That was a 1:29.6 from Lee Hara that time round. Oh, the Ducati. Paul Cranston just getting a wee bit of a fright there. I think Paul Gartland got a wee bit of a fright there as well as he stood out onto the road. But here's Darrell Tweed then on a huge lead over Michael Sweeney. So Sweeney just making his way through on Dennis Booth. And Marcus Simpson well spread out there now. Brawley, great result there regardless for Brawley in that 6th place. And Julian Trummer had a lovely sounding machine going through, but I'm sure the battle further back with Andy Farrell continues. So as the road goes quiet, we're waiting on Joe Loughlin. Here he is. In the R6 Yamaha. Still in that 8th place, a 130.5, slightly slower again there from Joe. Lee Hara, 129.7 compared to 129.6, but it's gone ahead of Andy Farrell. And the Ducati of Martin Morris just dropping back that wee bit. But Michael Gann on the charge now, he has to push. Here he is then. Supersport winner and lap record holder Paul Jordan across the line. What a result there for the Jackson Racing team and Paul Cranston across the line. Darrell Tweed comes home in 2nd place. And cruising home in 3rd is Michael Sweeney. Kevin Keys in. Great result there for Kevin Keys in 4th. And Marcus Simpson 5th. Sean Brawley across the line and Julian Trummer lapping slightly quicker than Brawley, but again just not enough laps for him to be able to do anything. Here's Joe Loughlin then on the R6 Yamaha across the line. He's going to settle with that 8th place. I'm sure he would have wanted to be up a wee bit further. 129.1, and what a ride there for Lee Hara in the closing stages of that race. Oh, it's Andy Farrell. Andy Farrell getting the better of Michael Gann on the last lap. Kevin Lowry on the trainer's Yamaha, uncorrected time, finishes 10th. Graham McAleese and Martin Morris across the line then. All good. I know. So Paul Jordan then with the win and a new lap record, 123.9. Just over 90 mile an hour lap. Darrell Tweed in 2nd, a 125.3. Michael Sweeney in 3rd, a 125.3. Kevin Keys in 4th with a 126.6. 5th was Marcus Simpson, a 126.9. Sean Brawley in 6th with a 126.8. Julian Trummer 7th, a 128.2. Joe Loughlin, again another lonely ride there for Joe, but he's really pushing the limits now. In 8th place, a 129.1 for Joe. Lee Hara in 9th, a 129.2. Kevin Lavery 10th with a 130.7. 11th place, great start there for John Marsh in corrected time, up into 11th, ahead of Andy Farrell in 12th. Michael Gann in 13th, 14th Graham McAleese, Martin Morris 15th, 16th Paul Cranston, Adrian Hudson 17th, and 18th Dennis Booth. So our friends at Greenlight are going to have a wee interview here, and we'll give them some pace, but we'll be back very shortly with the Senior Support B race.
Thank you.
Good man, no problem, bud.
by the open B race. If you want to make your way to the holding area, please, as quickly as you can. So senior support B race out on track. And in pole position is Dean Graham, number 324, from William Young. In second, Jason Whelan, third. Lee McGavick in fourth. Fifth is Eamon McKeown. Sixth is Robert O'Neill. Liam Wood in seventh. Adam Randalls in eighth. Ninth is Gareth Dunlop. 10th, Neil Rutledge. Aaron McCann in 11th. 12th is Seb Evendine. 13th, James Rothery. And 14th, Gary Jordan. Yeah, folks, our title sponsor for our competitions are putting up a cash prize of £1,000. And you'll be able to enter that on their website. So go to their website and they've got a code on there for you to enter here at the Cookstown 100. So for our competitions, £1,000 cash you can be leaving with in your back pocket. That'll be a nice wee pickup for the weekend. And also John Kilpatrick, and they're holding a pre-race service at the Northwest 200 at 2:30 at the Marquee in the Northwest 200 paddock on Sunday the 3rd of May. That's Sunday the 3rd of May. A pre-race service at 2:30. So if you want to get yourselves there, and our chaplain John Kilpatrick here with us today, hopefully enjoying the racing, because I know we are.
Around them there, thought maybe something was wrong, but here we go. They're told to engage gear. The revs go up. Watch the flag. All the way to go. Great start there from Dean Graham. Second group then. That was a great start. They're making their way through Gorton's then, down the gears, the slot in behind each other, all behaving, and heading up towards McAdoo Bends then. So good start there for Dean Graham. William Young was well keen to get off the line. So this will be race 5 in your programmes because they just slotted in. So just a call there for Sharon Neal. If Sharon Neal can come to the start and finish, please, as quickly as possible. Sharon Neal to the start and finish. So the flag is waved at Brayside, so the machines are on their way and they'll be coming down towards us here any second now. So here they come then. I'm just hearing bike 118 has retired. Oh, it's Jason Whelan from Lee McGavick. Great start there from McGavick. So Eamon McKeown, unfortunately, Eamon McKeown has retired from this one. Gary Jordan away through there. Evendine and Rothery. So McKeown has retired out of this one. But what a start there for Jason Whelan in the lead from Lee McGavick and Gary Jordan. So Gary Jordan has redeemed himself in this one. He's up into third already. uncorrected time, only 0.1 of a second off Lee McGavick. So again, these pair, they have to be careful. Uncorrected time. Gary Jordan could win this one. William Young down in 4th place. Liam Wood in 5th. 6th is Dean Graham. 7th, Aaron McCann. 8th, Adam Randalls. Gareth Dunlop in 9th. 10th is Neil Rutledge. 11th, Seb Everdeen. And 12th, James Rothery. So a huge grid of senior support machines. And it's good that the organisers have slotted in a race for Group B. Record-breaking entries this weekend for the Cookstown 100. And you can see that from the paddock, absolutely jam-packed. Here they come then. It's Whalen still. But look at McGavick. So McGavick, he hasn't been able to close that gap. But look at Liam Wood. Liam Wood is on a charge. Gary Jordan is on a charge as he crosses the line, posting the fastest lap, a 1:37.0. Gary Jordan leads this race. Neil Rutledge then up into 8th place for the number 777 machine. Great battle further back, Everdeen and McCann. So McCann just moving over to the centre of the road. And a very defensive line there indeed. So it looks like McCann has a wee bit of work to do now. James Rothery then getting the better of Gareth Dunlop on that lap, up into 11th place. But fastest lap goes to Gary Jordan, a 1:37.0. Jason Whelan, a 1:39.9. So Gary Jordan is really on a charge. So Jordan may have had issues during qualifying. Again, we were talking about the gearing and whatnot, these machines. And a lot of the riders here this weekend, this is actually the first time some of the riders have actually even sat on a motorbike from last season. So sometimes you don't get a chance to do any testing, or you don't, maybe some people can't afford any of the runs over to Spain. But here they come then. Oh, and look how close, look at McGavick. So McGavick is on a charge. He's closed right up on Jason Whelan. Gary Jordan in that group there away through. May have slowed him up ever so slightly, but not that much. A 1:37.5 that time compared to his best 1:37.0. 777 away through. That's Rutledge. But Lee McGavick is right on the tail end now of Jason Whelan. Everdeen and McCann are still at it. Neck and neck, you can see the yellow bib flapping in the wind as they head towards Gorton's down that hill. And believe you me, this straight isn't much of a straight on these machines, especially the Superbikes. It doesn't take you long to get down it. But Gary Jordan still in the lead, less one. Jason Whelan 3.7 seconds back on Gary Jordan on corrected time. Lee McGavick a further 0.3 back on Jason Whelan. We'll be expecting McGavick to make a move on this lap. He reeled him in hand over fist. Whelan's last time was a 1:40.2. Lee McGavick a 1:38.9. So McGavick that time round 2 seconds quicker than Whelan. Can he do anything about him? He's going to need to see a pit board. They have to remember the two will be dicing it out. And they have to remember that Gary Jordan is actually leading this race, so they have to work together. It's McGavick by himself. So McGavick leading this on the road. Jason Whelan is starting to drop back into the hands of Liam Wood. So Whelan in trouble now. Lee Wood and William Young tucked in behind him. So that group is just getting bigger, and Whelan has to be careful because he can get swamped here pretty quickly. So another call for the Open B race to make their way to the holding area. That's the Open B race to the holding area. We wave there from Aaron McCann going through. Ahead of Everdeen this time. Garrett Dunlop and James Rothery. That machine of Rothery sounds lovely coming past here. So Gary Jordan that time round a 1:37.9. Lee McGavick in second place, a 1:38.6. So McGavick has upped the pace here. Third, Jason Whelan, 1:41.6. Slower again there from Whelan. He may be pushing that wee bit too hard and just missing his apexes. And the trick to this track is to get out of the road ends as quickly as you can. Get it up onto the fat part of the tyre and get that power down. Dean Graham, our pole sitter, currently in 6th place, just ahead of Adam Randalls. And Neil Rutledge in 8th. Here's McGavick. Look at Whelan. So Whelan, the gap last time was 4.7 seconds. It's now down to 1.8 seconds. That's Wood. So Whelan's dropping back ever so slightly back into 4th. So it's Wood with the fastest lap. A 1:36.9 as he crosses the line. 1.8 seconds back on McGavick. So he's starting to reel him in. Liam Wood in the groove. A 1:36.9. What a lap time there for Liam Wood, the number 70 machine. He's 5.6 seconds off Gary Jordan. Gary Jordan has started to settle himself now. 1:39.0 from Jordan. Liam Wood a 1:36.9. So he's going to have to keep the hammer down if he wants to win this race. There's only 3.5 laps to go with this one. Dean Graham now up into 5th place. That was a 1:39.8 that last lap compared to his best of 1:39.2. So the Open B race will be up next, the Superbikes. Out on track, and then that will be followed by the lightweight classic and classic GP 125 machines. In qualifying was close yesterday. We 125s flooding the fields. Oh, look at Liam Wood. He's closed up even further. So Liam Wood in behind Lee McGavick. 0.6 seconds. Gary Jordan across the line there, still leading this race, but only by 4.5 seconds back on Liam Wood, posting the fastest lap once again, a 1:36.3. So this can all change. 3 laps to go then. Neil Rutledge across the line. So Lee McGavick 3.9 seconds off Gary Jordan. Liam Wood 4.5 seconds off Gary Jordan. Jordan has upped the pace ever so slightly. He's down to 1:37s now again compared to his 1:39 on the previous lap. Liam Wood still slotting into that 3rd place. Dean Graham up into 4th now. 5th, William Young. Jason Whelan demoted right down to 6th. From leading this race at the start, Adam Randalls in 7th. In 8th. 9th, Aaron McCann. Garrett Dunlop in 10th. 11th, Seb Everdeen. And James Rothery across the line there in 12th. So Liam Wood only just over half a second back on Lee McGavick when they cross the line. And you can hear them coming right here. They are. It's Liam Wood. Liam Wood's in the lead on the road. The Honda has to get into the slipstream. He's closing that gap. There's Gary Jordan. He's got them in his sights. So Gary Jordan has softened his pace now. He can see them, he can chase them down, and that's exactly what he's doing. A 1:36.9 that time from Gary Jordan. Liam Wood a 1:37.2. So Gary Jordan, he has to maintain this, he has to control this race. And as long as he keeps them power in his sights, he's got this one wrapped up. But if Liam Wood is getting a pit board, it should let him know he has to start pushing. He has to bite that screen and start to pull away from Lee McGavick, because again, they were slowing each other up. So only 1.5 laps left of this race. Everdeen on his own this time round. He was enjoying the early stages of this race. Now the ZX6 machine, Seb finds himself by himself. But he'll just be happy to be out here at Cookstown. Here comes Rothery. That lovely 750 Kawasaki. The anniversary colours. Lovely machine. So they'll be getting the last lap flag the next time round. Here they come. Oh, McGavick is able to hold on to Wood this time round. Is Wood under pressure? Number 70 machine across the line. A 137. Gary Jordan up on the pace now. A 136.2 for Gary Jordan. Dean Graham across the line. Dean Graham, William Young tucked in behind, trying to get into the slipstream of that ZX6. William Young just moving over to the right hand side. Is he trying to make a move up the inside of Graham? Oh, Graham shuts the door at Gorton. So Graham cuts the nose off William Young at Gorton corner. Jason Whelan then, he will be disappointed in himself. Across the line there, a 146.8 compared to his best time of a 139.6. So a huge difference there for Jason Whelan. He just hasn't been able to maintain that time. Everdeen across the line. And we're waiting for that 750 Kawasaki then. Lovely sound of machine, and shortly after we will see the leaders. Gary Jordan with that lap time of 136.2. Starting to pull away now on Crack the Time from Liam Wood. He's the leader on the road, 5.5 seconds. Lee McGavick a further 6.1 seconds back. So here's Rothery. And here they come then. It's got to be Liam Wood across the line, but only just for McGavick. But here's Gary Jordan. Gary Jordan keep pushing to the line, and Gary Jordan takes the win. A 134.6 of best time. Liam Wood in second, and Lee McGavick in third. William Young pulled a massive gap on Dean Graham on that last lap. But Lee McGavick with the fastest lap on the last lap, a 134.524. They were all in the 134s on the last lap after running. So the last lap found all three of them 2 seconds quicker than the race pace. That just shows the determination in these young men. Neil Rutledge across the line, Jason Whelan. So Aaron McCann, he was just able to leave Gareth Dunlop behind then. That is Gareth Dunlop, it's Aaron McCann. So he must have made a mistake. So Aaron McCann making a mistake somewhere on that lap. He was 4 seconds slower. And Everdeen nearly getting the better of him. So Gary Jordan with the win. Best time of 134.6. Liam Wood in second at 134.8. But the fastest man of the race, Lee McGavick in third place, a 134.5. William Young getting the better of Dean Graham across the line in fourth. Dean Graham fifth. Sixth was Adam Randalls. Seventh was Neil Rutledge. Eighth was Jason Whelan. Gareth Dunlop in ninth. 10th Aaron McCann. Seb Everdeen in 11th. And James Rothery then on the Kawasaki across the line. 179, popping and banging as he shuts the throttle on the overrun. So again, another fantastic race there for the senior support B. Next up, the Open B class. And they should be lining up on the grid very shortly. Okay, YouTube viewers, again, thanks very much for tuning in. Please don't forget to subscribe, and there's also a members button there as well. And again, every little helps, and the more we get, the more equipment we can get, and the more that we can bring you at home or on track or wherever you are. And again, a huge thanks to Ian Cullis, Gold member. Welcome to the Gold team, Ian. And please spread the word.
Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, for competitions, £1,000 cash prize can be in your back pocket on your way home this afternoon. Go onto their website, go onto their app, and enter while you're here at the Cookstown 100. Also, another shout out for the Injured Riders Welfare Fund. The Injured Riders last year raised £16,750. And Injured Riders, believe you me, they've saved me a few times, and the money that they raise is absolutely final. The Injured Riders Welfare Fund, their very own Robert Sinton, is raising much needed funds to support the work in the IRWF, who offer financial and emotional support for injured racers and their families in the north and south of Ireland. The fund has been supporting injured racers since 2003, and in recognition of its 23rd year, Robert Sinton is walking a lap of each of the Northern Ireland road race circuits: Northwest 200, Armoy, Mid-Antrim, Cookstown, Tandragee, in one Saturday the 11th of July. So doing all that in one day. Very busy man indeed, but it's all for a great cause. So it's a total of 23 miles, and the event has been named 23 for 23. Anyone who would like to cheer Robert on and keep him company during his walks, and I'm sure he'll be glad of it, they're absolutely most welcome. Or if you would even like to join in raising money for the injured riders yourself, there's sponsor forms available. Just contact Robert on 07900516385 or email the IRWF2003@gmail.com. And of course, you can also get in touch on their Facebook page and their website. Any donations of the support worthy cause would be greatly appreciated. Give the page a like, give it a share, and search. If you were looking for it, just search Robert Sinton. So Northwest 200, he's planning on walking it at 7:30, Armoy at 11, Mid-Antrim at 12:30, the Cookstown 100 at 2:30, and Tandragee to finish off at 4 o'clock. That's 11th of July, folks. Please stick it in your diaries, and it's for a fantastic cause. Also, don't forget, at the Northwest 200, they're having a race service, pre-race service, at 2:30 in the Marquee on the 3rd of May. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I think we're more or less ready to go for the Open B race. And again, I'll give the ears a wee bit of a rest, and the machines will be out on track very soon. Just a reminder for our we're live on YouTube here, so please get involved in the chat, and we'll do as many shout outs as we can. On a big hello from little boss Katie Clint, she's a competitor in the IMC Mini Bike Championship, and what a fantastic championship that is. So, mini boss Katie Cliff, good luck to Chalk Racing and Lee Harron, number 77. So again, great supporters of the race. And I think Eva Mullen, who runs the Bossy Racing team, she is here this weekend. So a big shout out to Eva. They're helping the Chalk Twins. They're having a great season. So the machine's coming out onto the grid. They're going to sort themselves out before the warm-up lap. And we'll take some refreshments, and we'll be back with you very shortly.
So the machines are out for their warm-up lap. Here comes our Liam Quayle. So great to see the next generation of Quayle out on track. I seen Milky there yesterday, just down below us here in the comedy box, and as we head was looking a wee bit red. How you got a hat on, Milky? So it's great to see Liam out there on the Suzuki. Another shout out then for Deacon Graham. Big happy birthday, 6-year-old Deacon Graham, and Karen. Deacon and Karen Graham sharing a birthday today, so happy birthday you pair, and Deacon, the perfect age to start mini bike racing.
This is the Open B.
So I'm sure we'll see Deacon out on track very soon. So pole position for John Marsh in this one. And how good is it to see number 93, Paul Cranston, line up in second place. Graham McAleese third. Adrian Hudson in fourth. Fifth is Paddy McColgan. Sixth is Mark Jackson. Dennis Booth lines up in seventh. Eighth is Stephen Degnan. And then again, keep an eye on Liam Quayle on corrected time. He lines up in ninth. The number 3 machine, Dara Tripp, in 10th. 11th, Noel Carroll. Jonathan Gormley in 12th. And 13th for Corn Smith. 13th for number 13. And it's great to see Corn back out on track. Had many a good race with Corn Smith. So just hearing there Unfortunately, craicDrop has retired on the warm-up lap, so he's pulled over. Unfortunately, his race is over before it even starts. So number 4, John Marsh, our newcomer on the front row, on pole position. Graham McAleese there. Graham McAleese has a great sponsor with McKillop Race Support, McKillop Racing Team. He rides his classic Superbike, but the green flag is waved at the back of the grid. They're told to engage gear, watch the flag, and away they go. Oh, great start there for Paul Cranston, but look at Graham McAleese. He's going to try round the outside at Gordon. Group 2 then. Liam Quayle with the head down on the Suzuki. And a great start. He's getting his head around this track. And he seems to have it working for him. He may have got the whole shot into Gordon's as they just disappear from sight. Could have been Noel Carroll maybe just getting the better of him there. Unfortunately, number 69, craicDrop, not starting this race. But what a start there for Paul Cranston. Graham McAleese was pressurising him through turn 1, Gordon's. And Paul Cranston with that distinctive stir into the tank. It's like he's reading a map on his tank, but that man doesn't need any map. He's done many laps around here throughout the years, and the old circuit as well. Paul Cranston entering the Hall of Fame at the Irish Bike Awards. It was great to see him on stage. But it's John Marsh. So spectators, if they can please abide by the rules. But John Marsh in the lead of this one. Graham McAleese in second. Mark Jackson in third. Fourth, Paul Cranston. Stephen Degnan in fifth. Noel Carroll sixth. Liam Quayle in seventh. Eighth is Paddy McColgan. Adrian Hudson in ninth. Dennis Booth in 10th. And Jonathan Gormley in 11th. Liam Quayle on corrected time up into 7th. He's only 0.3 of a second off Noel Carroll, just ahead of him. So a great start for Carroll that time round. So Kelly just calling the next race there in the background, the lightweight classic and the classic GP 125s. So John Marsh, great start for the newcomer this weekend. Graham McAleese on his tail at R6. He's just trying to hunt down the ZX6, but here he comes again. Marsh is spreading the gap on the Honda 130.5 that time round. The whole cargo of machines coming through there. The Ducati of Paddy McColgan thundering past us. And Dennis Booth just getting the better of him. Before Gordon's. Liam Quayle in the slipstream there of Noel Carroll. He moves over to the right hand side in the middle of the road. But he thinks better of it, so he just tucks back in behind Noel Carroll. He may be getting held up there ever so slightly. But on corrected time, Noel Carroll 7th, Quayle in 8th, Paddy McColgan now slipping down into 9th place, and Dennis Booth in 10th. Gormley across the line in 11th. So John Marsh then with the fastest lap, a 130.5. Graham McAleese 131.3. Mark Jackson in third place, a 133.6. So the two in front just starting to pull away that wee bit. John Marsh 1.4 seconds back on Graham McAleese. Mark Jackson a further 4.7 back on McAleese. Stephen Degnan on the Kawasaki then, a 133.9 that time round. So he's still running up as quick as Mark Jackson. He could have been capable of a third place, but here he comes, the leader, John Marsh again. Faster again there for John Marsh and Graham McAleese across the line. 2.3 seconds now the gap is up to. Oh, look at Degnan. Ahead of Graham McAleese now on the road. He's across the line there, 131.0. So Jackson just in behind Degnan, 0.6. But looks like Degnan just getting the better of him across the line. That was a 133.1 that time from Degnan. Graham McAleese 2.3 seconds. So Jackson now having to chase down that ZX10 machine. Paul Cranston just behind in fifth. He's only 0.6 seconds back on Jackson. 133.5. John Marsh again with the fastest lap. He's still pushing. He's got that in the back of his head. The corrected time 130.1. So Noel Carroll in that 8th place. 9th, Paddy McColgan. Liam Quayle dropping down to 10th place now, just ahead of Jonathan Gormley. So here we go then, the leaders back in sight. John Marsh on the wee 600 Honda. Graham McAleese on the Yamaha in behind. 3.2 seconds the gap is up to now. Slightly slower that time from Marsh. But here they come, here's Degnan. Starting to pull away. Use the power of that ZX10 machine against these Supersport bikes. Adrian Hudson just in behind then, up into 4th place now. Mark Jackson demoted to 5th. Paul Cranston looking sharp in 6th place as well. So Noel Carroll up into 8th on corrected time. Paddy McColgan dropping to 9th and Quayle in 10th. Just dropping off the pace ever so slightly. So again, everybody down to 7th place was slower on that lap. So Noel Carroll up in the pace of 133.8. Paddy McColgan in 9th, 133.6. Liam Quayle 10th, a 133.5. So slightly slower than Paddy that time. And he's only, let me see, 0.6 seconds back off Paddy McColgan on corrected time. So he can claw something back here and get himself back up into 9th place. So here come the leaders again. They'll be in sight any second now. Again, John Marsh that time round, a 130.2 on the last lap. The gap was 3.2 seconds as they come back down towards us here now. John Marsh across the line, maintaining that gap then. The gap's now up to 3.8 seconds, a 130.7 that time from Marsh. Graham McAleese, a 131.4. So very consistent indeed there from McAleese. Adrian Hudson across the line now. Stephen Degnan. Hudson getting the better of Degnan on that last lap. Degnan making a mistake somewhere possibly. He's a second slower that time. Oh, look at Quayle now. So Quayle back with Noel Carroll in the slipstream. Again, Carroll with the straight line advantage. But look how much Quayle brings him in then on at Gorton's corner. And he'll be able to get the power on that wee bit earlier as well for the drag up to McAdoo's. So we could see Quayle ahead of Noel Carroll the next time round. As Gormley, a lonely race there for Gormley. Another call for the lightweight classic GP 125 machines. They'll be going out on track very soon. John Marsh with a 130.7. Graham McAleese a 131.4. Adrian Hudson up in the pace now, up in 3rd place, a 131.8. So 3 and a bit laps left. Here we go then. The number 4 machine. 3 laps to go of this race. Graham McAleese dropping even further back, but he's going to settle for that second place. 5.6 seconds back on Marsh. That was a 132.4. So he has slowed up. Oh, look at. I think that was maybe. It was Jackson, Booth, and Cranston all the way through there. Here's Quayle. Quayle's got the better of Noel Carr this time round, and he is back up into 8th place where he was at the start of this race. So Quayle, personal best lap there, a 133.3. So he's starting to up the pace. Noel Carroll, a 134.7. His best was a 133.8. So he's just starting to pull away then. No Jonathan Gormley that time round. I think I heard on the radio he may have retired around the track. If we hear any different, we'll let you know. Great start for a newcomer here, John Marsh. He'll be happy to walk away this afternoon with a wee trophy. So less than 3 laps to go of this one. Adrian Hudson, good lap for Hudson that last time. Here he is. The 600 of Marsh. A huge gap back now to Graham McAleese. 6.6 seconds. So McAleese is well and truly locked this one down. In second place, Adrian Hudson. Another faster lap there for Hudson. 131.4. Oh, look at Cranston. So Paul Cranston moving over on Mark Jackson. Paul Cranston looking to make a move up the inside of Jackson at Gorton's corner. Is he going to do it? I think he has. So Paul Cranston up the inside of Jackson. And back up into 7th place. Quayle across the lines. Quayle up into 6th place now. That was a 133.3 faster again from Liam Quayle. Just behind Dennis Booth in 5th. Stephen Dagnan dropping to 4th. Hudson is on a charge as well, 131.4. So the last lap flag being readied down here at the start and finish. And I'm sure Marsh will be praying for that checkered flag. It's probably the longest race of his life. He's led it the whole way. So through Craigmount, Orritor Crossroad and out the other side at Brayside. The number 4 machine getting the last lap flag. Here comes McAleese on that R6 Yamaha. He really enjoys his racing. McAleese getting loads of track time this weekend. And Hudson. Too little, too late perhaps for Hudson. He just needed to get away with them 2 in front, but a very respectable lap time indeed. Dennis Booth, Mark Jackson still ahead of Paul Cranston there, and Paddy McColgan starting to close up to Paddy McColgan. Closing up a wee bit on Paul Cranston, but I don't think it's going to do anything. Quayle still sitting in that 6th place, a 132.9 that time from Quayle. So the newcomer just chipping away at the times and doing exactly what he needs to do. Second place man also in the 132s, a 132.6. Graham McAleese, his best time was a 131.0. So the times aren't that far away in the closing stages of this race. Again, I spoke about it yesterday, especially when I was racing. I was always told 3 years to learn any road race, no matter how short or how long it is. But here we go then. That's John Marsh, our newcomer, taking the win, and he's well pleased with that. And a fantastic win it was indeed. Graham McAleese across the line in second place. The gap at the end was 8.1 seconds. Graham settling for that second place. Third across the line, Adrian Hudson. A 1:31.3, a further 16 seconds back, but the race continues on. Further back is Degnan going to get the better of Booth. He is indeed. Booth across the line. And it's, Paddy McColgan got ahead. Paul Cranston. So Paul Cranston dropping back. And Liam Quayle across the line. Liam Quayle up into 4th place. A 1:32.0. So on corrected time, Quayle finishes in 4th ahead of Stephen Degnan, Dennis Booth and Mark Jackson. A great win there for John Marsh. A 1:30.1. Graham McAleese in 2nd, a 1:31.0. Adrian Hudson in 3rd with a 1:31.3. And on the last lap, Liam Quayle up into 4th place, a 1:32.0. Dennis Booth, Stephen Degnan in 5th, a 1:33.1. Dennis Booth in 6th, a 1:33.3. Mark Jackson in 7th, a 1:33.6. Paddy McColgan in 8th. The best time, a 1:33.5. So his last lap, he was charging. He wanted that extra, and he got it ahead of Noel Carroll in 9th, and Paul Cranston finishing up in 10th place. Next up then, the lightweight classics and the classic 125 GP machines. So YouTube followers, thanks very much again for tuning in again, getting involved in the chat. Pete does try his best to keep on top of it. I tried my best last year, but far too much to do. So thanks very much guys for tuning in and spreading the word. Big thanks to Stephen from Ballyclare on the super chats. Many thanks. Don't forget about the super chats guys, again. Loving it. Loving the chats. And thanks very much for all the donations, the members and the subscribers. So next up then, next race, the lightweight classic 250 machines and the classic GP 125 machines. So we're looking forward to that one.
So just another call for Sharon Neal, please. Can Sharon Neal come to the start and finish? That's Sharon Neal.
So that's the klaxon has sounded. We're just clearing the grid now. So the lightweight classic 250 and classic GP 125 machines. So Brian Mateer there on the 250 Suzuki. Gareth Arnold alongside him. Phil Shaw is at the back of grid. First group there. The green flag is waved for the machines to go out on their warm-up lap. Bert McCrum just getting his gloves on. So the thumbs up are given and the machines going out on their warm-up lap. There. The wee 125 of I think that was John McComsky. Just a wee splutter off the line. These two strokes are very temperamental, and you can oil the plugs up very easily on them, and it might, if you get them going, it might take a lap or two before they clear themselves. And of course the jetting, the carburation, everything has to be absolutely perfect. And of course they'll go home this afternoon and they'll strip them bikes right down just to see how they're running, make sure the rings aren't sticking, make sure they're running nice and neat, a lovely tan piston. And it's just constant work on these two-stroke machines, but that's what we love. And you'll see a lovely blue haze when they leave the line. Barry Davison is on pole for this one. Richard Ford lines up in second. Malcolm Love third. Fourth is Brian Mateer. Fifth, Gareth Arnold. Sixth, Simon Lehan. Seventh, Eddie Gilmore and Phil Shaw on the front row the front group in eighth. Bert McCrum in ninth. John McComsky in 10th, 11th, Chris Mayer, 12th is Trevor Stewart, Gary Hutton in 13th, and 14th is Davy Crawford. So again, the machines, just a slightly slower start off the line compared to the more modern bikes. Again, these bikes, no tyre warmers, of course. And some of the 125 GP machines are probably using the tyre warmers, but for the likes of the 250 classic bikes and the classic bikes for the rest of the day, the sticky compound tyres will not take much to warm them up. Maybe half a lap or a lap, but they'll scrub them up well and make sure they're not sitting on the line for too long, because they do cool down pretty quickly and the engines would overheat. So first machine back, Gareth Arnold, number 83. The 250 Suzuki. Again, just a nice steady rev on it. There'll be no tape in the radiators this weekend, I'm sure. They'll be sitting on a nice temperature. They don't want them overheating during the race, especially. The 125 there of Barry Davis. No tape on that radiator that I can see either. This 125 ridden by his son as well, Matt Davison. And especially, he's doing especially well in the Scottish Championship scene, but they're told to engage gear and watch the flag. The Reds go up, Barry Davis, the flag goes up their way. Oh, not a great start there from Malcolm Love. Malcolm Love just going backwards. Group 2 then, they're told to watch the flag. Keep an eye on 1-2-1. Look at Chris Mayer. Chris Mayer pedaling that wee M said off the line. And just smell that two-stroke. You could just bottle that up and bring it home. So Barry Davison with a great start there. Malcolm Love choked it a wee bit on the line. The number 49 machine struggling to get that 250 off the line. Malcolm Love was cursed with gremlins last season, but he seems to be going well this year. Hopefully he's got that wee 250 set up down to T. They do run them very fine margins, especially at these road races, and the competition is so high. They have to have them singing. Brian Mateer on his 250 as well, qualified just behind him, but he got a good start there. The number 87 machine, he was on the right hand side. That's exactly where you want to be down into the first corner. So the classic 125 lap record is yet to be established, but it will be within the next lap. Here's Barry Davison. Huge lead now for Barry Davison, the number 40 machine. And look at Brian Mateer, Richard Ford tucked into the slipstream. And Richard Ford is absolutely glued to Brian Mateer now. He moves over to the right hand side, but Mateer, Richard Ford gets the better of Brian Mateer through Gorton then. Malcolm Love in that 4th place. Gareth Arnold 5th, 6th with Eddie Gilmore. Number 20 away through. Gary Hutton just ahead of Bert McCrum. Chris Mayer in the wee MZ tucked in behind number 122. And John McComsky on that wee 125 that we thought might have oiled the plug just during the warm-up lap, at the start of the warm-up lap. Trevor Stewart then. Trevor Stewart, number 34, thundering out past us. As he goes down the gearbox then into Gordon's. Again, just feathering that clutch. No such thing as slipper clutches in them days. Just easing the clutch out so it doesn't lock the back end. So Trevor Stewart then rounding up the top 13. His 250. Here's Barry Davison. The 125 Honda disappearing behind the screen. He can still get tucked in behind with no problem. So there you go then. The first time for 125 Grand Prix machine, classic Grand Prix machine on the board, a 147.5. Richard Stewart starting to pull away from Brian Mateer now, but Malcolm Love is on a charge. So Malcolm Love starting to reel in Brian Mateer. 147.5 from Barry Davison. Richard Ford a 150.5. Brian Mateer a 151.6. But Malcolm Love with a 151.4. He's only 0.7 seconds off Mateer. And I'm sure the red mist is down after that start that he got. Here's Bert McCrum on Gary Hutton. I thought Bert McCrum was coming in to join us there in the commentary box. Moved right over to the right hand side of the road. As they blip down the gears into Gordon's. You hear a lot of these machines just blipping down the gears as they're braking for the corner. That's just to get a wee bit of oil in around the pistons so they don't seize. If a two-stroke's going to seize, it'll do it at the end of the straight as they're shutting off the throttle. So you have to make sure you just give it a wee blip to keep the oil circulating around that engine. But Barry Davison, massive lead now, 7.8 seconds. Richard Ford leading the 250s. And he's second on the road. So here's Trevor Stewart, number 34 then, and he's going to be swiftly passed by Barry Davison very shortly as he thunders past on his 4-stroke, his 250 Honda. And the wee 125 of Barry Davison. Will he get him before Gorton's? He will surely. So Trevor Hutton sitting up for braking, and Barry Davison still with the chin on the tank. So Malcolm Love has got the better of Brian Mateer this time. So Malcolm Love ahead of Brian Mateer, and his next victim is just over 1 second ahead of him. That's Richard Ford. Simon Lehan just in behind Eddie Gilmore there. Again, Eddie Gilmore didn't have much luck yesterday. He had to retire his machine pretty early on too, just before the race even began. But good to see Eddie Gilmore out in this one. He's having a good race with Simon Lehan there on the 125. So Bert McCrum starting to get the hammer down now. He's well ahead of Gary Hutton, John McConskey, and that wee NZ just listen to that wee machine. So Malcolm Love now up into third place. Will he gain that time back on Richard Ford, or is Richard Ford getting into a bit of a groove here? He did make a mistake on the last lap. He was half a second slower than his best, Richard Ford, at 151.0. So here's Barry Davison on the wee dinger. Number 40, screaming past, looking over to his left-hand side. Fastest lap again for Barry Davison at 146.4. No sign of letting up either. The number 12 machine, Richard Ford, Malcolm Love. So Malcolm Love on his 250 Suzuki, slightly higher gear in there compared to Richard Ford. And he's closed up on him once again, 0.9 seconds. So not an awful lot, but every little helps in this race. So just a call for the Supertwins to the holding area. That's the Supertwins to the holding area. Your race as Trevor Stewart goes through. The number 34 machine. And 2.5 laps left of this race before the Supertwins come out to play. Bert McCrum, number 101. Up into 8th place now for McCrum. That's his best time so far, 158.3 as he crosses the line. Gary Hutton. And Gary Hutton then up into 10th place. John McComsky in 11th, and that's Chris Mayer on the MZ away through in 12th place. But again, Barry Davison with the fastest lap. Here he comes again. 2 laps to go. Two laps to go in this race. Barry Davison way out on his own. And I'm sure he feels strange riding that wee 125 again. No doubt he enjoyed it. So Richard Ford starting to pull away now from Malcolm Love. Richard Ford has seemed to have found another gear, although he's still not as quick as his fastest lap there of a 150.5. Malcolm Love slowing down too, nearly a second slower than his fastest of 150.4. That last lap was 151.3. Brian Mateer through in 4th place. Gareth Arnold still in that 5th. 6th, Simon Lehan. Eddie Gilmore demoted another spot to 7th place. That was a 155.5 that time from Eddie Gilmore. So very consistent, matching his best time. And Phil Shaw started in the first group. Bert McCrum uncorrected time ahead of Philip Shaw, and he's starting to reel him in now. Barry Davison and Trevor Stewart coming through again. And the number 20, Gary Hutton. So here comes Barry Davison. So Barry Davison just dicing his way through the slower riders. That's Chris Mayer. So Chris Mayer with the stingers on that wee machine. Sounds absolutely fabulous. Barry Davison. Last lap time. Second place man, Richard Ford. Barry Davison with a 24-second lead. Pretty well spread out now. Gareth Arnold, that last lap was a 151.0 compared to his best of 150.8. So they're still chasing each other. And don't be surprised if there's a complete change here for third place. If this weekend showed anything, it's not over until it's over. Simon Lehan, Eddie Gilmore still dicing it out. So Eddie Gilmore just makes easy work there of Simon. So just here and there was another retirement in and around the circuit. I'm not sure who it was. The last time Bert McCrum came round, you get sort of sensitive to these smells, and there was a wee bit of a funny smell from his machine. Could be running a wee bit lean just, but someone has retired. Mightn't have been Bert, but here's Phil Shaw. So I think it might have been Bert McCrum then, has retired around the track, unfortunately. But here he comes then. Barry Davison, number 40, takes the win in the Classic 125, and the win on the road. We're waiting then for Richard Ford. 1-2-1 as well as was able to hold off Chris Mayer in the end. That's John McComsky. Now for the number 12 machine, Richard Ford wins the 250 class. Second on the road. And here Malcolm Love. Oh, across the line. Gareth Arnold just missing out on third spot in the 250s from Brian Mateer getting the better of him across the line.
I'm nearly certain that's circuit record for most wins for Barry.
Oh, really?
I think so. I saw something Bill had put up during the week. But it's the most rider with the most wins on the circuit.
Oh, another good race there. Simon Lehan, Eddie Gilmore getting the better of Lehan on the last lap. And just being able to hold it across the line. So Barry Davison, winner on the road, winner in the 125 GP. And pretty sure, just waiting for confirmation, but it may be Barry Davison may hold the record for the most wins around the Cookstown 100. So something great to celebrate there for Barry Davison.
Thank you. Just letting you know that fact, and we're going to do an interview with him.
Right, okay, brilliant. Happy days.
Thank you.
Are you doing it right now, or?
We'll be going to the podium for it, so you've got a minute or two.
Right, I'll just call the names out now. Good man. So Barry Davison with that win and the record amount of wins around the Cookstown 100. A 146.0. Richard Ford in second, winner of the 250s. Winner of the 250s with a 150.0. Malcolm Love second. Brian Mateer in third. Fourth was Gareth Arnold. And fifth was Eddie Gilmore. Second in the 125, Simon Lehan. Then we have sixth in the 250s is Phil Shaw. Seventh, Gary Hutton. Third of the 125s was John McComsky. And eighth of the 250s was Chris Mayer. So our good friends at Greenlight and Stevie Watson, they're going to do a wee interview here and we'll give them a wee bit of peace. But up next is the Supertwins, and this is going to be another red hot race.
So the course car just making its way round. Some final checks to be done here. And the 650 machines are making their way out onto the track. So here we go then, the klaxon is sounded.
So the machines making their way around. So Adrian Kenny, a massive big good luck to Michael Gillen. So Michael Gillen lines up in 11th in this Super Twin race. So he give a shout out over YouTube. Michael Sweeney, pole position for this one. Sean Brawley in second again. What a weekend he's had. Darrell Tweed lines up in third. Dean McMaster fourth. Fifth is Neil Kernahan. Sixth is James Chalk. Kevian Canny in 7th. 8th is Andy Farrell. Liam Chalk in 9th. 10th, Lee Hara. He was pretty keen off the line there for that warm-up lap. 11th is Michael Gillen. Kevin Lavery in 12th. 13th is Michael Gann. 14th, Bailey Harker. Paddy McColgan in 15th. 16th is James Walsh. 17th, Jack Mears. Graham McAleese in 18th. Lee McGavick 19th. And Lee Osprey rounds out the top 20. Super Twin lap record then held by Derek McGee. A 127.2. 86.6 miles per hour. And that was back in, that was last year on McGee's return. Darryl Tweed on the Novo Gen Stanley Stewart racing machine. That's Neil Kernahan there on 109, number 109 there for Neil Kernahan. Lines up in 5th place, but there's your pole sitter, Michael Sweeney. Brawley and Tweed, they'll be determined not to let Sweeney away with this one. But here we go then, the machines ready to go. They're told to engage gear. Watch the flag, the reds go up. Oh, what a turn from Brawley! Brawley with a fantastic start. Group 2 now. Chalky with the reds up, and look at Lee Hara. Oh, Kevin Lavery around the outside of Lee Hara there from the second row. Here we go, row 3. Oh, number 91, Graham McAleese with a good start there. Graham McAleese, it looked like Jack Mayer with a cracker. Lee McGavick in there, Brandon Kavanagh, Lee Osprey, and Leon Murphy. Remember, Leon Murphy is on form today as well. Keep a close eye on this corrected time. So don't forget, folks, this is all going to be on BBC One at 10:40 on the 1st of May. And also on BBC iPlayer. Always keen to watch it on the iPlayer. So that's Friday the 1st of May at 10:40. You'll be able to watch the Cookstown 100 all over again on BBC One. So we're looking round again, keeping an eye on that lap record. So here they come back down towards us then. It's Sweeney in the lead. Oh, look at Dean McMaster up into 2nd place. Darryl Tweed just in behind him. Brawley, Neil Kernahan, Andy Farrell, and James Chalk having a good day there. Chalky just moving over to the right hand side. Oh, Chalky on the inside at Gordon's corner. So Chalky was able to squeeze up the inside of Andy Farrell there. It's James Walsh, Jack Myers, Lee McGavick, Brandon Kavanagh, Lee Osprey, Graham McAleese all the way through. Oh, just hearing Dean McMaster is up and okay, but he did have a slip off at Gorton's, number 212. And Dean is perfectly okay, but so unlucky. Right up there in 2nd place. And he was only 1.2 off Michael Sweeney, Darryl Tweed. A further 1.4 back. It might have given him a wee spook there, so Michael Sweeney more than likely has extended that lead then now over Darryl Tweed. So here they come once again, and he has indeed. So Sweeney on the hammer down. Tweed's going to be under pressure very soon from Sean Brawley. And Neil Kernahan. So Neil Kernahan wants to join the party as well. Andy Farrell out in the zone. Chalky through the rest of Andy Farrell. But look at Kevin Lavery. Kevin Lavery uncorrected time up into 4th place now, just ahead of Neil Kernahan. Paddy McCall away through. The number 8 machine is in 11th. And that was James Walsh away through there, just tucks in behind Bailey Harker, who's in 13th. 86 Jack Myers, Lee McGavick in behind him. Again, Lee McGavick just moving over to that right hand side, trying to find a gap up the inside of Gorton's, but it's not going to do this time round. Michael Sweeney with the fastest lap, a 129.5. Darryl Tweed, a 130.6. Brawley with a 1:30.6. Kevin Lavery a 1:32.5, but in corrected time, he's now up into 4th place. And hopefully, with a clear road ahead of him, he'll be praying he can claw something back there and steal the last step of the podium from Brawley, the number 99 machine. He's had a fantastic weekend so far, Brawley. And he's going to want to step up on that podium once again. Kevin Lavery has a wee bit of work to do. He's only 1.7 back on Brawley on corrected time. Here's Michael Sweeney. Seems to be clearing off in this one. And the gap has opened up once again. Darrell Tweed with Brawley. So it's over 1 second now. Back to Brawley. James Chalk there. Through on the Latimer racing machine. Kevin Lavery then across the line. So he has to settle in. Neil Kernahan up in the pace now, a 1:31.1 for Neil Kernahan that time. Kevin Lavery a 1:31.7. Neil Kernahan, he will know that he has to get the hammer down if he wants to keep Kevin Lavery at bay. James Chalk up into 2nd place then. Lee Harris 7th. An old gaggle of riders. Lee McGavick is going to come under an awful lot of pressure now. Graham McAleese and Lee McGavick both move over to the right hand side, taking the defensive line. Up the inside, I'm not sure, that might have been McGavick then that got the better of Jack Mayers in through Gorton Corner. So McGavick up another spot, and they all concertina together into the braking. But it's the drive up the hill that they need at McAdoo's. Loads of torque in these Super Twin machines. And nobody is using it better than Michael Sweeney at the minute. 1:21.5, fastest lap again. There he goes through the number 65 machine. And Darrell Tweed on that sports bike, doing very well indeed. The Stanley Stewart machine. And Brawley only 1.7 seconds back is Neil Kernahan. And then is Gillen. We'll have to wait and see, did he get the banner? No, he didn't. So Michael Gillen still tucked in behind Lee Hara. So Lee Hara up in the 7th, then Gillen 8th, Liam Chalk in 8th. Oh, Paddy McColgan through Michael Gann. Gann moving over on him, gets the job done before turn 1. That's exactly what you want to do. Chalk on that Latimer racing machine. Uncorrected time. He just slips down to 6th place there, James Chalk. Just in behind Kevin Lavery. So Darrell Tweed, that last lap, a 1:29.4. The fastest lap, Sweeney, a 1:29.3. Remember that Super Twin lap record, a 1:27. That's 86.6 mile an hour lap from Derek McGee last year. Here he comes in. He's doing exactly what he has to do. Darrell Tweed with the fastest lap, 1:29.1. Brawley still ahead of Kernahan. Kernahan still closing them down. Sean Brawley that last time, a 1:31.0. Neil Kernahan, a 1:30.4. So he's clawing Brawley in hand over fist. Kevin Lavery away through there. Kevin stays in that 5th place. James Chalk just tucked in behind in 6th. Across the line in corrected time. Up into 7th place then. Gillen still in behind him. And Kevin Lavery has enough of a gap over James Chalk. He just has to keep chipping away. He made a mistake on that previous lap, a 1:32.0. But James Chalk is really on a charge, and we'll keep an eye on Darrell Tweed. Lee Osprey away through there. And James Walsh, that's Brandon Kavanagh. Leon Murphy, number 61, lovely livery on that machine. The gap last time back to Darrell Tweed was 2.9 seconds. So Darrell's really pushing that machine to the limit. And it looks like it's visibly closer now, but Michael Sweeney across the line. Fastest lap for Michael Sweeney. As he crosses the line, he's pulled out that gap even more. 3.0 seconds. Michael Sweeney at 1:29. Look at Neil Kernahan. So Neil Kernahan is closed right up on Sean Brawley. He just stays in the slipstream. And again, he's closed it all back up again. He round the back section of the track as Andy Farrell comes through in 7th place. Still in that 6th. Lee Hara now 7th uncorrected time. Fending off Paddy McColgan, and you'll be guaranteed Paddy McColgan will have a massive grid in behind that Pfizer. Billy Harker on the couch machine, currently in 15th place, the number 6. Lee Osbury across the line by himself this time, and he's up into 16th place. Jack Mayer's in behind, and Brandon Kavanagh in a lonely 19th place, and your top 20 then. Leon Murphy, gap last time 3.0 seconds. Is Darrell Tweed going to be able to do anything about Michael Sweeney? And it's up. Oh, it's not. Darrell Tweed ups the pace. A 1:28.9 for Darrell Tweed on that lap. Kernahan, Brawley has found a wee bit of ground on Neil Kernahan now, 0.4 of a second. So the gap is up ever so slightly. But there's absolutely nothing in it here. Darrell Tweed up in the game. Kevin Lavery. Again, slightly slower that time from Kevin Lavery. That was a 1:32.4. Kevin Lavery's best time of a 1:31.7. Lee Hara across the line, still holding on to that 7th place from Michael Gillen. Liam Chalk in 9th. Andy Farrell dropping to 10th. Michael Gann 11th. Paddy McColgan in 12th. Now another reminder for the Supersport 600B race to the Holden area. That's the 600B race to the Holden area. So the gap last time, they will be getting the last lap flag here. 2.6 seconds. Oh, and they're going to be coming up to slower riders. Look at Darrell Tweed. Darrell Tweed closer again, 2.1 seconds. Fastest lap, 1:28.9 from Darrell Tweed. He's still pushing hard. This one, look at Neil Kernahan on Brawley. Oh, Brawley just moves over the front end of Brawley's machine. So Neil Kernahan now up to 3rd place. As they turn into Gorton, is he able to hold it? He takes a very defensive line through Gorton. I think someone ran wide there. Just getting down to Gorton. I'm not sure if that was Neil Kernahan running straight on a Gorton corner. Somebody had to do a 50-point turn to get back out onto the track. Our timing screen's just freaking out a wee bit here. A wee bit like myself. This Michael Sweeney and what's going to happen on this last lap around the back section of the course. Especially coming into slower riders then. Graham McAleese away across the line, number 91. But we wait and hold our breath then for Michael Sweeney. Around the Brayside any second now. Here he comes. Back down the hill. It's Michael Sweeney. Takes the win over Darrell Tweed in 2nd place. The gap was only 1.4 seconds. Darrell Tweed only needed another couple of laps. The slower riders helped him on that last lap, but it wasn't enough. And Sweeney takes the spoils. Great result there. James Chalk across the line. And that's Sean Brawley. So Chalk takes 3rd place, and it was It was Neil Kernahan who ran wide at Gordon's. I didn't think my eyesight was that good. But Kevin Lavery then uncorrected time ahead of Neil Kernahan in 5th. Andy Farrell getting the better of Lee Hara across the line. Because on corrected time, Lee Hara finishes in 7th. Michael Gillen in 8th. 9th, Liam Chalk across the line. And Andy Farrell, on corrected time, finishes in 10th. Michael Gann just ahead of Paddy McColgan across the line. Paddy just couldn't do anything to claw it back on the last lap. Bailey Harker then. Oh, Graham McAleese. Oh, Lee McGowan getting the better of Graham McAleese across the line for 13th. The number 3 machine. Oh, showed him who was boss that time round. Lee Osprey. So again, what a fantastic race. And it's just so unfortunate there. We didn't have the battle, but Darrell Tweed started clawing it back. 1.4 seconds at the end, but Michael Sweeney to take the win. Darrell Tweed in 2nd. Sweeney a 129.1, Tweed a 128.9, fastest lap of the race. James Chalk in 3rd, a 130.7 on the last lap, with that mistake that Kernahan made and brought Brawley along with him, no doubt. So that was well and truly stolen. What a result there for James Chalk. Sean Brawley in 4th, a 130.0. Kevin Lavery 5th, a 131.7. Neil Kernahan in 6th, a 130.1. Lee Harris 7th, a 131.9. Michael Gillen in 8th, a 132.9. Liam Chalk 9th with a 132.7. Andy Farrell rounds up the top 10 with a 133.2. Michael Gahan in 11th. 12th was Paddy McColgan. Lee McGavick 13th. 14th was Graham McAleese. 15th, Lee Osprey. Bailey Hawker in 16th. 17th, Jack Mears. 18th is James Walsh. Brandon Kavanagh in 19th. And your top 20 is Leon Murphy. Next up then, the Supersport 600B race. And I'm sure they're in the holding area and they'll be on track any second now. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it won't be long until the machines will be out on track. The Supersport 600B race, followed by the Junior Classic up to 350cc, and then the Open A race, race 10, the Superbikes. What a fantastic day so far. What a fantastic set of results for some of the riders, and breaking records left, right and centre. And what a result for Barry Davison. The most amount of wins ever around the Cookstown 100. And he's the 6th of the all-time Irish road race winners. 110 road race wins, bypassing greats like Ray McCulloch and Philip McCallum. So absolutely fantastic there for Barry Davison. Another wee shout out. Watching at home, and I've been watching, glued to it all day, so I've been told. Reggie, big shout out to Reggie and Lee. Watching it on the TV in the living room. So it's great. Wee Reggie, I hope you're enjoying it, buddy. So the machines have been told to come out to the grid. It's the Supersport 600B. Again, up in the pace once again, the 600 class. It's Gareth Arnold making his way out onto the track on the ZX 600 machine. So a slightly depleted grid to what we've been used to. I think there's 7 or so riders. Degnan there on a ZX6 machine, the number 43. Great to see Stevie back here at Cookstown 100. But this time it's Liam Quayle on pole. On that lovely Suzuki. Liam's last race, he was really starting to push in the later parts of the race, getting used to the track, getting used to that machine. The Paramount Suzuki. So the green flag being waved. And the machine's away for their warm-up lap then. Leave the grid. Gareth Arnold, the last machine away. Oh, Michael Sweeney. So Michael Sweeney just taking a lap on his BMW on the Superbike before his race later on. That's race 10 in your programs, just after the Junior Classic. But this is the Supersport 600B race. Only 7 on the grid, but that's the great thing about the Cookstown 100. The club, they want to make sure everybody gets a race. They know how expensive racing is, so everyone gets their money's worth this weekend. Liam Quayle on pole then. On the Suzuki. Second place, number 57, Mark Jackson. So again, Mark Jackson on form. He had a great race earlier on today. Jonathan Gormley in third. Dar Trapp retired from his last race, so hopefully it wasn't anything too major. He lines up in fourth. Stephen Degnan then. Degnan also has the ZX10 machine. and he's opting for the Supersport. Again, he probably likes the ZX10 that wee bit better. Gareth Arnold will line up in 6th. And Brian Fudge in 7th place, the number 56 machine, as they make their way down towards us, scrubbing them tyres up real well. Getting plenty of heat in the tyres. Again, they would have had tyre warmers on. And the riders, they try to keep them on for a minimum of about 45 minutes or so, because of course, you don't only want to heat the tyres, you want to heat the wheels, and you want to get everything nice and warm. They warm the engines up as well. About half an hour or so before the race, so there's good heat into the frames. So the frame and engines have to be nice and balanced. So here we go, the green flag is waved at the back of the grid. Just getting a quick photograph here of our council lady. So here we go then. They're told to engage gear. Watch the flag. Oh, Liam Quayle. Great start there. That looked like Jackson. Jackson just in the middle of that group. Heading down towards Quayle, just opting for that inside line then. And then they disappear behind the trees. Mark Jackson, I think, Liam, he went to go off the line and he thought better of it, and then the flag went. So it sort of messed him up there a wee bit on that start. But Mark Jackson with a great start there. Jonathan Gregory, number 39, along with Jackson, just in the middle of that group, heading down towards Gordon's. Again, first gear corner. Depends on what way the gear, and some of the riders actually gear these road ends for second gear. Heading up the hill to McAdoo's. Very tricky section indeed. But the track is in fantastic condition. They climb the hill then from McAdoo's, and some of the bikes leave the ground just over that bit of a rise before you're braking for Mackney's. Now Mackney's very off camber, braking down into it. You have to be very careful. You don't just give it an extra wee bit of a squeeze on the front brake. And then a lovely short circuit section, I would call it. But here we go. Oh, it's Jackson. So Jackson in the lead, this one. Degnan in third. Liam Quayle, Dartrap, Jonathan Gormley in 5th place. No sign of Gareth Arnold in this one. Oh, it looks like he's turning into the paddock. So a retirement, unfortunately, for Gareth Arnold. So that's his race over as he turns back down into the paddock. But Mark Jackson is in the lead, this one. Stephen Degnan, Liam Quayle in 3rd, 4th, Dartrap, 5th, Jonathan Gormley. So again, after Mackney's, you got a wee bit of a blip of a straight, and then right and a left before the jumps, just rubbing your shoulder on the bank on the left-hand side and around that bit of a hedge. And if you keep your head down absolutely flat out over the first jump and just pulling the machine up over Black's Farm, and again, trying to get it as straight as you can up over that wee bit of a rise. The bikes leave the ground again before braking. At the Orritor crossroads. Again, it goes off camber. You'll see the bikes rising and leaving the ground sometimes while they're banked over. The number 57 machine, Jackson. Oh, look at Quayle on Degnan. So Degnan's going to be under pressure now. Liam Quayle right up in behind him. Quayle moves over to the right-hand side, and he thinks better of it. He's being very polite this weekend. And he moves back in behind Stephen Degnan. Dartrap in that 4th and 5th, Jonathan Gormley. But coming out of the Orritor crossroads, you have to be careful when you decide to put the power on, because it drops away from you, the bike goes light, and sometimes you'll see, especially on the coverage the BBC are going to be putting out on the 1st of May, some of the machines just getting tied into knots as they try and get the power on. And then, of course, you've got the Bray side, a lovely long right-hander, left-hander, down onto the start and finish straight. But it's the one you have to look out for, Craig Mount. And all the break-ins being done at the crossroads and Gorton Corner, so it is quite difficult to pass anywhere else around this circuit, but as we've seen throughout the years, nothing's impossible here at Cookstown. Mark Jackson back down towards us then on the Triumph. Fastest lap again there for Jackson. Oh, it's Quayle. So Quayle getting the better of Degnan that time round. Mark Jackson a 131.7. And he crosses the line. Dire Trap. Jonathan Gormley just dropping off the pace that wee bit. The gap's now 1.4 seconds. Mark Jackson, the fastest lap, a 131.7. Liam Quayle, a 134.1. He's 8.2 seconds back on Jackson. Stephen Degnan in third, a 135.3. Dire Trap, a 136.7. And Jonathan Gormley in fifth, a 137.2. So the Junior Classic machines, if you can make your way to the holding area, please. That's the Junior Classic machines to the holding area. And that's race 9 coming up very soon after this Supersport B race. So Mark Jackson with the fastest lap, a 131.7, 82.3 mile an hour lap. Is he going to pump out another one this lap? He looks very comfortable on that Triumph, and he had a great race earlier on. He was in a real good tussle. That's a lovely sounding machine there, a 132.5 that time. Quayle, a 132.3, the gap is down ever so slightly, 7.9 seconds. Degnan now a further 5.9 seconds back on Quayle. Dire Trap in fourth place. Again, he's just pulled that wee bit back on Degnan ever so slightly. 4.7 seconds the gap is now back from Degnan to Trap. But I don't think he's going to have enough time to, he would have to do something very, very special indeed. That was his personal best lap for Trap, a 136.0. So again, Jackson on that lovely sounding Triumph, echoing through the countryside here at Cookstown. Jackson's last lap was a 132.5. Liam Quayle, a 132.3. Well, he's just finding his feet. He's getting quicker and quicker every time he goes out here. And here's the Triumph. Take a listen to this. Love them 3 cylinders. Screaming down passes. Here's Quayle. So Quayle slightly slower that time round, a 132.8. The gap is back up to just over 8 seconds. So I think he's settling for that second place. Stephen Degnan then a further 9 seconds back on Quayle. But Dire Trap still closing in. So 4.3 seconds back on Stephen Degnan. Four laps to go of this one. Well, 3.5 laps now. Jonathan Gormley in that 5th place. Brian Fudge, non-starter in this one, unfortunately. Gareth Arnold retired his ZX6 machine on the first lap. Back down into the paddock then. So another call for the Junior Classic machines, and their Junior Classics race 9 just before the Superbike race, the Open A. So here he comes again then. Jackson, last lap was a 132. Slower again there, a 133.4. But he doesn't have to do much else. And Quayle across the line then, a 132.7. The gap has closed back again, but Mark Jackson just controlling this race from the front. Always try to win a race at the slowest pace. And he's looking very comfortable indeed there. Trap, fastest. The personal best in this race for Stephen Degnan that time round, a 135.7. Trap with a 135.4. So that gap has just opened up ever so slightly there. Degnan has answered the call. And I don't know whether he's getting a pit board or what, but he's just not chancing on anything. He knows Trap's behind him. You can hear them out the back section going over Black's farm. And through Craigmount and that short burst then to the Orritor Crossroads and round Braeside. Lovely section of the track as he exits down onto the start and finish straight. And across the line, a 132.4 that time. You can hear him actually short shifting down the straight here. Liam Quayle, 132.4, nearly identical times there across the line. So the gap just floating in around 7.3 and 7.6 second gap. Degnan then. Degnan pulling even further away now from Trap. The gap is up as a 135.3 that time from Trap. Stephen Degnan actually a wee bit slower that lap. And Jonathan Gormley, the number 39 machine on that R6 Yamaha, holding in 5th place. So Jackson on that Triumph, Quayle on the Suzuki, and we were talking about the next generation Supersport 600 machines, the Suzuki, the 750s, and the R9s, and of course there's an R7 in this weekend as well. So there's a big array of machines in the paddock, and of course everything just moving on, and including the V2 Ducati. As Mark Jackson goes through. So it's last lap time for Jackson. Here's Quayle. That Suzuki sounds lovely singing down passes here as he's just nicking another gear across the start and finish line. So the gap's 6.2 seconds now. That was a 132.0 across the line. So that's his best time so far. Liam Quayle. Degnan across the line. Oh, Trap, 2.7 seconds now. He's really starting to reel him in. A 134.9. Degnan's last lap was a 135.9. So Trap a second quicker than Degnan. So he might have a chance on stealing this one from Degnan. The last step of the podium hasn't been sealed just yet, as the checkered flag is being readied down below us here. And again, you can just hear the echoes through Craigmount, loading that front end as they come out, back out onto the main road. So here he comes then, Mark Jackson. And a win across the line for the number 57 machine. And a wave to the crowd. Second place there for Liam Quayle. A 1:32.2 across the line that time. The gap was 5.8 seconds. So he really started pushing again the later parts of that race. Mark Jackson was across the line with a 1:32.7. His best time, 1:31.7. So second slower on the final lap. Degnan then was able to hold off Trapp, and he opened up that gap a wee bit. Trapp just pushing a wee bit too hard, no doubt, at one of the road ends. And Jonathan Gormley then brings that R6 home. So Mark Jackson takes the win. A 1:31.7 was his best time. Liam Quayle in second, a 1:32.0. Stephen Degnan in third, a 1:35.3. Darragh Trapp in fourth, a 1:34.9. Really looked like Trapp had some sort of chance there in that last lap, but unfortunately, the pressure must have just got to him. Jonathan Gormley then rounds out the top five with a 1:37.2. Next up then, the Junior Classic machines. I'm sure you are already in the holding area, ready and raring to go. You'll be on track here very, very soon.
Just a reminder.
Anyone who has a transponder, who has rented a transponder, can you please return it as soon as you can? In the senior support, number 98, Liam Trainer. In the Moto 3, number 70, Darren Duncan. If you can please return your transponders as quickly as you can. In the lightweight classics, number 87, Brian Mateer. So Brian Mateer, Darren Duncan and Liam Trainer, can you all please return your transponders? And anyone else that has a transponder, as soon as your race is over, some of you have two transponders, but as soon as your race is over, can you please return the transponders to the timekeepers?
Apparently it's Liam and not Liam. Oops. Haha. That's alright. Good to go. When's this on? Friday the 30th of May, did I say? What did I say? Friday the
1st of May.
1st of May.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we've got a wee word from, well, the voice of sport, should we say, Stephen Watson. Stephen, just tell us when this is going out and when do we expect it?
Yeah, the highlights of the Cookstown 100, Friday the 1st of May, 10:40 on BBC One, but available earlier that day, obviously on the BBC iPlayer, which is where most people are kind of watching their content now. We have highlights of the Tandragee 100 and Armoy as well, June and July. And of course, we're gearing up for a huge week at the Northwest 200. We've just extended BBC's contract through to 2029. So we'll be bringing you all the qualifying and practice, all of the racing live on the BBC iPlayer across the UK and on the BBC Sport website, which is streamed internationally. I think there was 85 countries watched last year, more than 1 million people on the iPlayer, more than 1 million on the website. So it's getting great coverage and big eyeballs on motorcycle racing in Northern Ireland.
And does it? Just a reminder there from the clock of the course, anybody in the signalling area, can you please remove yourselves? It's just to give room for the teams. So the signalling area, and I'll remind you earlier, it's a wee bit noisy. So the classic machines are going out on the warm-up now, but Stephen, very busy man today, and it sounds like you're going to be busy, very busy this season. Are you ever going to sit down and relax?
Of course. Obviously, we try and cover every class here today if we can. They perhaps don't make it all into the highlights programs on BBC, but we've got our broadcast partners here with us as well, Greenlight, and they distribute this across the world too. But look, for me at the minute, it's all about motorcycle racing. After today at the Cookstown, we gear up for the start of the BSB next week. We're at Open Park during the week. And then honestly, the Northwest 200 is the biggest event for BBC Northern Ireland sport throughout the year. We stream it live, as I say, right across the UK. It's a huge event for us, one we're very, very proud of, and we love being able to showcase Northern Ireland and road racing to a global audience.
Well, fantastic. We love everything you do, Stephen. Thanks very much, Stephen. For broadcasting the sport and doing as much as we can for the sport to get it out there across the world. It looks like that's Malcolm Love. Unfortunately, not going to be able to start this race as the classic machines make their way around on the warm-up lap. And great to have a chat there with Stephen Watson. Very busy man indeed. And again, he does the best they can for the sport, getting it out there. So Nigel Moore then, pole position in this one from Robert McCrum in second, Mark Johnson in third. Dan Sale lines up in fourth. Fifth is Kyle Parks. And again, just another reminder, just at the start and finish on the grid here, behind the fence, that is for race teams only. So any spectators, can you please make your way into the field and make some room for the teams, because they are struggling to get their pit boards out and to signal to the riders. So any spectators in that area, can you please step back into the field? So Malcolm Love then, unfortunately, isn't going to start this race. He was to line up in sixth. Stephen Walsh in seventh. Eighth is Gary Hutton. Andy Kildare in ninth. 10th, Terence Sanson. 11th, Ian Thompson. David Glover in 12th. 13th, Brian Harding. 14th, Barry Davison. 15th, Paul McMahon. Adrian Skyfe in 16th. 17th, Davy Crawford. Waddy Brown lines up in 18th. And 19th is Eddie Gilmore. So Nigel Moore settling himself there in pole position. Number 101, McCrum in second place. And Mark Johnson feeling at home on his wee bike once again, the number 46 machine in third. See Kyle Parks there. Kyle Parks riding his wee 125 Honda as well. Lovely wee machine. Number 20, Gary Hutton, just at the back of the first group. Keep an eye on Andy Kildare. Andy Kildare, he was having issues at the Ulster Superbike Championship just around Kyrgyzstan with that machine. I think he was maybe running running some new parts in, and unfortunately had to retire out of the race. But he's starting in the second group at the front, so if he gets a good clear road, we'll be keeping a close eye on that corrected time. Number 3 there, Waddy Brown, just struggling to get his machine into position. But here we go, I think we're more or less ready then as the green flag is waved at the back. And it's about to get very noisy here, ladies and gentlemen. They're told to watch the flag. And away we go! Oh, a great start there from Bert McCrum. Now for group 2, they're told to watch the flag. Number 51, eager to get away. And he did. Andy Gaudet. Oh, Andy Gaudet looked like he might have missed a gear in that one. Group 3 then away, number 57. Number 57, Davy Crawford. He was in 14th there, just across the line. And away they circulate then. Little Mike. So up here, it's the wrong button. So the machines will be making their way around very shortly. They won't be long till they're coming around, but Bert McCrum with a fantastic start there on Nigel Moore, but whether Nigel Moore was able to get the better of him down the straight and into the brakes at Gorton Corner. Nigel Moore had a great season last year, winning at the Armoy in this class. Here they come then. It is Nigel Moore. Number 84 machine in the lead of this race. Oh, it's starting to heat up there for Mark Johnson. Mark Johnson in second. Kyle Parks up into third place. Fourth down, Lansfield. Stephen Walsh, Barry Davison in sixth. Gary Hutton in seventh. Again, Barry Davison had to retire last night. He retired his machine. Andy Kildare 10th. Ian Glover in 11th. 12th, Ian Thompson 13th. Paul McMahon 14th. Adrian Scaife. And that's Malcolm Love. He did get going. Malcolm Love did get going, but fortunately not where he wanted to be. Waddy Brown just in behind him. And Davy Crawford. Come on. So we'll have returning in ties Paul Jordan here. Come on, you've got the best seat in the house, so you may as well come and talk to us. Paul Jordan, you're feeling it with the Ducati. You obviously feel comfortable. New lap record and the win. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, it was dead on. You know, I got away at the start and just chipped away, watched my lap times, and that was really it.
You opted not to bring the Fireblade with you this weekend, or did you have it in the back of a van, just in case?
No, to be honest, we just brought the Ducati here because we've never rode it on the road, so it was just more to see what the bike was like on road conditions. And yeah, that's us done for the day. We came here and have achieved what we needed to achieve, and we've now go on to the Northwest.
Fantastic. Well, wish you all the best in the Northwest. And these are noisy buggers coming past here, so good luck for the Northwest 200, Paul. Thanks very much. So Nigel Moore here, a massive lead, but look who's on the move. It's Barry Davison. Barry Davison uncorrected time up into second place, 144.4 for the number 40 machine. All the fours for Barry Davison. We keep a close eye on that. He's not 0.9 seconds off Nigel Moore, so we're expecting something special this next time round. 64 then. Paul McMahon and Scaife just in behind. Here comes Malcolm Love, well tucked in behind that 350 TZ350 Yamaha. Just looking the next couple of years. Waddy Brown. Number 57, David Crawford, away through. So unfortunately, Andy Kildare just retiring again, that machine, the number 51 machine. So having issues with that machine at the start, so early on in the season again, just trying to iron out all the problems. No such problems at the minute for Nigel Moore. But we'll see when they come back round. And Nigel's away out in his own. He doesn't have much to gauge. But Barry Davison's cutting his way through the traffic. Nigel Moore. Nigel Moore with the fastest lap, a 144.1 compared to Barry Davison's 144.5. As we look back up to the Bray side, and the whole gaggle of riders are freight training them coming down towards us here. Kyle Parks leading the way. Jackson Johnson then tucked in behind him. Dan Sale. Number 33 machine of Stephen Walsh. Oh, someone's away out to the right hand side there at Gorton Corner. Nigel Moore, 144. Machine away through, that's David Glover and Paul McMahon. The number 45 at Adrian Skyfe. Again, no sign of Barry Davison then. Another retirement for the number 40 machine. Number 3, Waddy Brown away through. So a call for the Superbikes to the holding area. That's the Superbike machines to the holding area. Open A class, race 10 in your programs. So Nigel Moore, a 144.1. Kyle Parks in second, a 148.8. Mark Johnson third, a 149.3. Dan Sale in fourth with a 148.4. And here comes Moore again. Nigel Moore, so consistent on these machines. A 144.3 compared to his best 144.1. Absolutely nothing in it. So they're starting to spread about a wee bit. It's Mark Johnson leading the way this time from Kyle Parks and Bert McCrum. So Bert McCrum. Bert McCrum across the line there. And again, the timing screens just trying to sort themselves out. Number 8 machine, number 8 machine, away through there, Dan Sale in second. But we'll wait to see the next lap of where he actually slots into. Kyle Parks in third, Robert McCrum fourth, Mark Johnson fifth, according to this. Of course, we're working off the corrected time, so the algorithm has to sort itself out by the time it gets sent to me. David Glover, Malcolm Love. So that wee machine of Malcolm Love seems to be running a lot better than what it was. Again, the 350s, they're very difficult to get going. And when you do get them going, you have to keep them singing. But Nigel Moore, that time, Dan Sale starting to push now, a 146.4. Number 8 machine is Nigel Moore, again with the fastest lap, a 143.9. He's got a wee bit of traffic to contend with now, but I'm sure he'll cut through them pretty easily. On the brakes into Gorton's then. And he got the job done very early there. So that's the number 8 machine of Sale. Kyle Parks just behind. Robert McCrum. So Mark Johnson dropping off the pace here. 149. That was a 150.9 compared to his best, a 149.3. 2.4 seconds back off Walsh, but lapping quicker, so he's closed that gap now. A 152.0 for Hutton. Walsh a 153.9. Tyrone Sanson a 153.1, so they're all up in their game. Getting into the groove here at Cookstown. So Nigel Moore, he'll be getting the last lap flag the next time round. And then we'll be getting the Superbikes out on track. Here's Malcolm Love getting tangled up with someone here, gone round the brace side, rides round the outside of number 45. Adrian Skype and Waddy Brown then uncorrected time, slots up into 12th place. So Malcolm Love then up into 10th place, uncorrected time, but there's Nigel Moore. Last lap then for Nigel Moore. 144.5 that time. Again, he knows he's in the lead. He knows he doesn't have any threat from Barry Davison. And he just has to finish this race. Dan Sale again Dan Sale up in the pace at 145.4. Kyle Parks, he's bringing Kyle Parks along with him, a 146.1. Bert McCrum just a 148.3 that time, just starting to slow down that wee bit. Again, these machines very temperamental indeed, although a lot of the race parts, a lot of the engine bits are brand new, but they are very difficult to get. The number 12, Gary Hutton, getting the better of Stephen Walsh. A 152.0 for Hutton, a 155.0 for Walsh. So uncorrected time, Tyrone Sanson jumps up into 7th place, a 152.0. As we look up the road again, keep an eye out for Nigel Moore. But Malcolm Love should be coming down here pretty soon. 64 machine of Paul McMahon. Here he comes in, Malcolm Love, and close behind him, Waddy Brown by the looks of it. But here comes Nigel Moore. The number 84 machine takes the win. And another one in the bag for Nigel Moore. He said to me last year, I never thought I would ever win an Armoy, and I'm sure he'll be well pleased with winning the Cookstown 100 here. Dan Sale, number 8 machine across the line for 2nd place. And Kyle Parks, big smiles for 3rd. Bert McCrum just dropping off the pace from Dan Sale and Kyle Parks in the later parts of that race. But he settled for 4th place. This should be Mark Johnson then. It is indeed. Good run there for Mark Johnson. Number 57 machine, Davy Crawford. Number 20 there of Gary Hutton, Tyrone Sanson, and Stephen Walsh across the line. Number 196 of Tyrone Sanson again, uncorrected time up into 7th. Way through Brian Harding. Brian Harding had a great race earlier on with the Moto 3s. Waiting on Malcolm Love and Waddy Brown. Oh, it's Waddy Brown has got the better of Malcolm Love on the last lap. Oh, Malcolm Love will be kicking himself with that one. He looked like he's just started to pull away from Waddy Brown. But Waddy give it an extra cog. Nigel Moore for the win then, a 143.9. Dan Sale in 2nd, a 145.3. Kyle Parks in 3rd, a 146.1. McCrum in 4th with a 147.8. Johnson in 5th, Gary Hutton in 6th, 7th is Tyrone Sanson, 8th was Stephen Walsh. 9th, Brian Harding. 10th, Waddy Brown. Paul McMahon in 11th. 12th, Malcolm Love. Adrian Scaife in 13th. And 14th was Davy Crawford.
So the grid is being cleared then for this Superbike open race.
Well, the klaxon just deafening us here on the grid. So again, a reminder, no tire warmers for these machines. But the big one at the end of the day, the Cookstown 100, they'll have the tire warmers set. And hopefully we can get a chat with one of the riders then.
Sorry, Gareth.
All right.
Sorry, Gareth.
So the Superbikes off on their warm-up lap. Michael Dunlop lines up on pole from Paul Jordan. I think Paul Jordan, don't think he'll be out in this one. So they packed up and the machine is away. He said, I was talking to him earlier on, he says, they've done what they need to do. And in my opinion, just a wee bit more. So Michael Sweeney then lines up in third. Fourth, Marcus Simpson. Darrell Tweed in fifth. Sixth is Sean Brawley. Kevin Keys in seventh. Brawley, an unbelievable weekend for Brawley. And he's obviously having fun out there. James Chalk in eighth. Ninth, Neil Kernahan. 10th, Julian Trummer. 11th, Kevian Kenny. Ryan Whitehall lines up 12th. New machinery this season for Whitehall as well. The Suzuki. Don Gilbert then just in behind in 13th. Darrell Anderson 14th. 15th is Dean McMaster. Had a wee slip off on the twin, but glad to hear he's perfectly fine and was straight back up on his feet. Richard McLaughlin in 16th. 17th, Andy Farrell. 18th, Lee Hara. These two have been at it neck and neck all weekend. Martin Morris in 19th and Sean Buckle, your top 20. So the machine's back and taking up their grid positions. Michael Dunlop slots into pole. So quick start then, they're told to engage gear. Watch the flag and away they go. Oh, a great start there from Michael Dunlop. But look at Sweeney over the left hand side. Second group then, Neil Kernahan leads the way. Trummer just struggling again just to keep that thing in a straight line, moving, weaving over the left hand side. The third group then, Andy Farrell with a great start. Dermot Cleary there. The luminous and blue flash past us. Out over the left hand side, it looked like Cleary then that got the whole shot in that one. So again, lap record for the Superbikes. Michael Dunlop in 2005, 122.3 and 91.7 mile an hour lap. So again, we've seen quite a few records broken today. Will we see another in this race? So the machine's through Craigmount. You can hear them just rolling off and then steadying it up for Braeside. Here they go then, down onto the straight for the first time. It's Dunlop in the lead. pace from Michael Sweeney. Dunlop hasn't got the lead that he did yesterday. Darrell Tweed in third, Simpson in fourth, Kevin Keys up into fifth place, seventh is Sean Brawley, James Chalk in. James Chalk as the machine, he gets dropped down to 8th place. Darrell Anderson 9th, 10th is Julian Trummer, Richard McLaughlin 11th, 12th Dean McMaster, 13th Neil Kernahan, Ryan Whitehall in 14th. So Dermot Cleary leading that group away past. He's in 15th at the minute. Andy Farrell 16th, 17th Michael Gann, Sean Buckle 18th, 19th Martin Morris, and Kevin Canny in 20th. So again, we'll just be keeping an eye on that lap record this next time round when we start to get times on the board. But Michael Sweeney only 0.1 of a second off the back end of Michael Dunlop. It's a repeat of last season here at Cookstown. But Sweeney will be hoping to claw onto the back end of Dunlop. He may need a bungee rope for this one. And again, you can hear them through Craigmount and through Brayside. Here they come once again. Oh, he's still on him. He's in the slipstream. So Dunlop under an awful lot of pressure now. But look at Darrell Tweed, Marcus Simpson moving over to the right-hand side on Tweed. But he slots back in behind Tweed. It's Michael Sweeney with the fastest lap. A 1:23.8 from Michael Sweeney. Darrell Anderson away through there, going well, currently in 9th place. Oh, and a big battle there. Dean McMaster stuck in the middle of that one with Richard McLaughlin, Kernahan and Whitehall just at the back of that group. Down into Gorton's then. Dermot Cleary away, trying to pull away from Andy Farrell. Andy Farrell under a lot of pressure. Michael Gann moving over to the right-hand side, going to try and outbreak Andy Farrell into Gorton. A brave man trying to outbreak Andy Farrell at a road end. Oh, and that's Julian Trummer away through there. So he's dropped way back to 19th place. He struggled with that machine off the line. And he's just made a mistake somewhere. A 1:59.4 that last lap for Julian Trummer. He's the last machine through. So Michael Sweeney with the fastest lap, a 1:23.8 compared to Dunlop, a 1:23.9. He was absolutely glued to him, and he's absolutely glued to him again. It's Dunlop from Sweeney. Michael Dunlop with the fastest lap now, a 1:23.6 as he crosses the line. Marcus Simpson on Tweed. Tweed still in that third place. Marcus Simpson only 0.5 off the back end of Darrell Tweed. Number 34 machine away through there, Don Gilbert on the Parker Transport Racing machine. Dean McMaster still leading the way in that group. Dean McMaster, Richard McLaughlin just in behind. Neil Kernahan looking away past on McLaughlin. As the breakdown into Gordon once again. Dermot Cleary. You can see Andy Farrell starting to close him in now, so it's only 1.1 of a second. Andy Farrell 1:30.8 that time. Dermot Cleary a 1:31.1. So he's definitely starting to claw him in. Julian Trummer away through. That's more like it from Trummer, a 1:28.0, but he's way down in 19th place. So Dunlop with the fastest lap. Still Sweeney absolutely glued to the back end of Dunlop. You can see the Sweeney's bike just sinking that wee bit in the back end, just as the road levels out at the start and finish ever so slightly. And the squirming of the front, but here they come again. Dunlop and Sweeney. Darrell Tweed across the line again. Dunlop with the fastest lap, a 1:22.8 across the line. So lap record of 1:22.3. We'll keep a close eye on that as they begin to really open up the taps on these BMWs. Don Gilbert then having a good run on that R1. So Michael Sweeney again still going with Michael Dunlop, a 1:22.9 from Sweeney, and Darrell Tweed with his personal best lap this race, a 1:24.2. So he's still pushing that Fireblade. So here's Andy Farrell in. Andy Farrell just ahead of Sean Buckle on the road, Martin Morris and Michael Gann together. No sign of Dermot Cleary. There's a couple of retirement. There's retirement there just at the heading into the paddock. I didn't quite catch the number. It might be Dermot Cleary then. So here they come then. Back out onto the start and finish is Michael Dunlop. Ever so slightly opened up that gap, 0.2 of a second. A 123.1. That's a 122.8 was the fastest. It's now 123.1, so we've dropped off the pace. But Michael Sweeney's still right there, 0.2 of a second in behind Michael Dunlop. Darrell Tweed third. But look at Marcus Simpson, 0.2 of a second back on Darrell Tweed. He's with him, a 124.1 as they cross the line. Here comes Darrell Anderson. The new machinery this season once again for Anderson. Oh, Dean McMaster and Neil Kernahan. Neil Kernahan trying to get tucked in behind that ZX10 of McMaster. And still trying to get the swing of this BMW. So Neil Kernahan up into 11th place. Ahead of Richard McLaughlin, uncorrected time. But he needs to get by Dean McMaster as quickly as he can. And there's Julian Trummer away through, so the leaders should be in sight pretty soon. Trummer a 131.1 that time. I was Julie Trummer 128.6 that time round for Trummer. So here we go then. Michael Dunlop pulling away from Sweeney. Oh, with a red flag. So the race has been red flagged, unfortunately. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, this race has been red flagged. Once we hear anything, we'll be soon to give you as much information as we can. But at the minute, this race has been red flagged.
situation, which means everybody has to stay put because there are medics on circuit and emergency services. So everybody has to stay where they are. Spectators, if you can please listen to the marshals. I don't be giving anyone any grief, but during a red flag situation, everyone has to stay where they are for the meantime. When we hear anything, we'll soon let you know.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the marshals and paramedics doing a fantastic job there. And just clearing that incident. We soon get things back up and running again. We're just moving some vehicles in and around the circuit. So if everyone can get back into position, please, as quickly as you can. And if the junior support A could make their way to the holding area, please, as quickly as they can. As the junior support A to the holding area. Haven't even said. Oh, what's that junior support? So the junior support A machines, race 11 in your program, are warming up in the holding area. So I'm pretty sure that there's only 3 laps to go of that Superbike race, that open race. So that will be called a result with Michael Dunlop taking the win from Michael Sweeney and Darrell Tweed. I'm sure it's not the way they would have wanted to do it. And it did, it really started to heat up there. But the junior support A machines in the holding area, they will be out on track very soon. Just a few things getting finished up here. And we'll wait for word of the clerk of the course before they get sent out onto their grid positions. Oh, across the way, mate. Just in there, yeah. You're all right. So the junior support machines, primarily Supertwins, out onto the track. And again, another reminder for anyone who has borrowed a transponder to please return it as quickly as possible. Liam Trainer, Darren Duncan. You can return your transponders, please, as soon as possible. But the klaxon is sounded to clear the grid. And the machines will be going out for their warm-up lap any second now. Going. So here we go. That makes no just looking behind him there. Hopefully he gets that machine cleared. He doesn't want another retirement out of this one. So Brandon Kavanagh on pole from James Walsh and Bailey Harker. Jack Mayers in 4th. 5th is Aidan Cleary. 6th, Lee McGavick. Michael Clyde in 7th. John O'Donovan will line up in 8th, followed by William Grant in 9th, and 10th is Leon Murphy. Nick Healy in 11th. 12th is Jason Whelan. 13th, Ian Lynch. 14th, Graham Smallwood. 15th, Eamon McCune. 16th, Shane Doran from Owen Everard in 17th. 18th, Dave Walsh. 19th, Ashley Robinson. And 20th, Jack Andrews. So the machine's making their way back down towards us now onto their grid positions. Next up is the Junior Support B. If you want to start getting yourselves ready, please, and make your way to the holding area. That's Junior Support B race to the holding area. Brandon Kavanagh, James Walsh with a wee stretch. Nice leathers on them there too, like a Cerberus print or something on them. You'll not miss them anyway, but here we go. We're told to engage gear, the revs go up, watch the flag, and away they go. Start there from Brandon Kavanagh, looking like he's getting the whole shot. Second group then, told to watch the flag, and a great start there. Wow! William Grant off like a rocket. Third group, Everard. Oh, great start there from Everard. On the Bell Bike Sport BMW machine, he's over on the right hand side. It looks like he may get the whole shot in the Gorton corner. And a very tight line there indeed. But Brandon Kavanagh got the whole shot at Group 1. William Grant was away like a whippet. You can hear them up over Black Farm, heading for Craigmount. Again, mainly 650 machines in this class, and the odd Supersport 400. Aidan Cleary there. Didn't quite see how he got off the line. So we're waiting on, was Brandon Kavanagh, is he able to hold on to that? Oh, he's got a wee, there's a bit of company here coming down the hill. It is Kavanagh, but look at William Grant. Billy Harker. Billy Harker moving over on the Cowden racing machine. As the two of them tip into Gordon side by side. In 8th place. Graham Smallwood's nailing the way through. That's Jack Andrews. The next group, Sean Carl, Owen Everard, Dallas Reynolds, all the way through there. And Michael Hoy on the 400 Supersport machine. So Bailey Harker pushing Brandon Kavanagh in this one. There was 0.009, absolutely nothing in it at all across the line there as they belted down this long straight side by side. And so the junior support lap record held by Joe Loughlin, a 130.9, 83.1 mile an hour lap back in 2017. It's great to have Joe back in the paddock, doing what he does best. So it's Harker still in the lead of this one. Oh, look who's coming. Lee McGavig's coming to join the party now. Fastest lap there. McGavick, the number 3 machine, a 134.9. Jack Mears, Michael Clyde, John O'Donovan, Aidan Cleary there. Aidan Cleary currently in 8th place, just ahead. Oh, he's dropped down and corrected time to 9th. Just ahead of Ian Lynch across the line. So Lynch stays in 10th at the minute. Jason Whelan's, Shane Doran, Leon Murphy, Graham Smallwood's all the way through. So Smallwood's up into 14th place now, a 141.6. The whole gang of riders coming through there. So Carroll under pressure from Everard now, as once again they break into Gorton's. I think Everard just moved back into line behind Shane Carroll. But Lee McGavick with the fastest lap, a 131.9. And he's right on the back end of Brandon Kavanagh. So we'll be expecting Lee McGavick to make moves on this lap. Of course, he doesn't want Bailey Harker getting away with this one. If he starts to chip away at that gap, it'll be really hard to catch. So he needs to get past Kavanagh pretty quickly. Unless the two of them work together, Harker will be able to walk away with this one. Back on the start and finish then. It's still hard. Oh, but look, it's Lee McGavick. Lee McGavick is in the slipstream now of Harker. Moves over to the right hand side. Brandon Kavanagh dropping way back. So McGavick looking away up the inside, but he thinks better of it and he just tips in behind Bailey Harker then through Gorton's. Jack Mears across the line with the fastest lap. The number 86 machine with a 134.8. Jack Mears now starting to bite the screen. He's in 4th place at the minute. Michael Clyde behind him in 5th. James Walsh in 6th. He's further back. Jack Andrews up into 9th then on corrected time as he crosses the line. And a whole gaggle of riders here. Carroll and Everard. Everard still pushing on Carroll. Everard moves over to the right hand side. He's trying to squeeze as much as he can out of that Bell Bike Sport BMW machine. Did he make a move up the inside this time? No. So Owen Everard being far too polite this weekend. And he lets Carroll through. 17th there at the minute for Everard. Nick Healy in 18th, 19th Dallas Reynolds and Ashley Robinson rounds up the top 20. But Jack Mears with that fastest lap, a 134.8. He's 1.1 seconds off William Grant, who is in 3rd place on corrected time. So the number 9 machine, he's using that brilliant start that he had to his advantage. Harker still ahead of Lee McGavick. Lee McGavick's going to try this one more time. Down the middle of the road then. Billy Harker not even interested in taking a defensive line at this part of the race. He knows he's got him on the brakes, and he seems to make 3 or 4 bike rides on Lee McGavick on the brakes. 0.1 seconds as across the line. So William Grant demoted to 4th place, so it's going to be between Jack Mears and William Grant for this last step of the podium. Further back, Nick Healy and Eamon McKeown. Just in behind that group then. Here's Everard. Is he going to try and make a move on Carl this time round? Deja vu here for Everard. Again, just squeezing them brakes a wee bit harder, and he still can't get past Shane Carroll. So Dallas Reynolds in behind, and Shane Doran, Dave Walsh, Graham Smallwoods and Nick Healy has got ahead. So that's your top 20 then. But Billy Harker under an awful lot of pressure. Lee McGavick, they have to be careful too, because Jack Mears is coming and he's only 3 seconds back on Lee McGavick and Billy Harker. So there is nothing in it. Oh, retirement there for McGavick. So McGavick has retired out of this one. It's Billy Harker in the lead. Jack Mears is on the charge. 3.9 seconds back from Billy Harker. Harker posting the fastest lap of 1:34.7. That last lap. Aidan Cleary currently in 8th place, with Brandon Kavanagh dropping down the timing screens. 51 machine there of Ian Lynch. So again, Kavanagh now down to 10th place now for Brandon Kavanagh after that great start. So it's Billy Harker, Jack Mears, Lee McGavick. Oh, Diagonal Riders. Oh, Nick Healy squeezing up into 14th place there for Owen Everard. Owen Everard, uncorrected time, up into 13th then. William Grant still holding on to that 4th place. Michael Clyde in 5th. James Walsh 6th. John O'Donovan in 7th. 8th is Aidan Cleary. Ian Lynch 9th. And top 10, Brandon Kavanagh. And with another retirement there. So a call for the Junior Support B race to the holding area. Oh, it's the number 40 machine there of Michael Hoy, unfortunately retiring his Supersport 400 machine out of this race. Billy Harker then, all by himself, slightly slower that time, but Jack Mears can sniff this win. He's so close, 3.6 seconds now, slightly faster that time from Billy Harker, but the team, they've learnt from yesterday. You need to keep pushing in this game. William Grant back up into 3rd place then for William Grant. The number 9 machine, a 136.3 was his best. That was a 136.4. So absolutely nothing in it there. Across the line, Leon Murphy up into 10th place there. So just here and there, Jason Whelan has retired, unfortunately. So Jason Whelan's machine has retired out of this race. Here comes the machine again as the screen bounces up and down here and settles itself down. But Aidan Cleary up into 7th now. Dallas Reynolds up into 13th, 14th for Dave Walsh, 15th. Ashley Robinson going well, the number 79 machine. Shane Carroll in 16th. Doran down to 17th. Graham Smallwoods 18th, 19th. Nick Healy and Eamon McKeown is the top 20. Here comes Harker once again. Number 6 machine, fastest lap again for Harker, 134.6. Jack Mears still pushing, but I don't think it's going to be enough. 2 laps to go in this race. Michael Clyde and James Walsh across. Clyde on the McKinstry racing machine. Making his way through there, James Walsh in 5th, John Donovan 6th, Aidan Cleary still holding on to that 7th place. Number 51, Ian Lynch goes through there up into 8th then. And the 61 of Leo Murphy, loves that 650 machine. Away through there. Jack Andrews. For Graham Smallwood. Good run for Graham Smallwood. Just ahead of Owen Everard. Owen Everard giving himself more work to do. Dice through that field. Bailey Harker a 134.6 that last lap. Jack Mayers 134.8. William Grant a 135.5. Michael Clyde in 4th at 136.4 and James Walsh 5th with a 135.8. So the last lap flag is being ready now for young Harker. Across the line, so he's going to be listening to every single wee thing on that motorcycle. And he's going to be wanting to take it home. Jack Mayers then in 2nd place. It's all down to cracked time. Here's Michael Clyde. Michael Clyde. James Walsh in behind him, but it's still William Grant in that 3rd place. He's 3.4 seconds off Jack Mayer's uncorrected time. So he's going to have to really do something special on this last lap. Brandon Kavanagh then, he's up into 7th at the minute, but uncorrected time, I think he's about 10th uncorrected time. 61 going through Leon Murphy, currently in 9th again. This gaggle of riders, this next group that's coming down, changes everything. And a lot of the results rely on this next group. We'll see if Owen Everard was able to get ahead. Starting to break away from that one. But Graham Smallwood's still in that 12th place from Owen Everard, 13th. 14th, Dave Walsh. Jack Andrews up into 10th place now, along with Dallas Reynolds. So Dallas Reynolds pushing hard, but here it is. Bailey Harker takes the win and the fastest lap on the last lap, a 133.9. What a result. Jack Mayers in 2nd place. He was over the moon with that. The number 86 machine, a 134.8. Oh, nearly coming together there. That was Michael Clyde and James Walsh. Clyde just moving over, and Walsh had nothing to do. He had to shut it off or else he was going up on the footpath. Now we'll wait for William Grant across the line. He takes the last step of the podium in 3rd place. The 51, Ian Lynch then. And there's Murphy at the minute in 9th place. Again, we wait for Everard, Dave Walsh, Ashley Robinson to come through. That's Jack Andrews. He escaped that battle behind him. It's Graham Smallwoods. Across the line in 11th at the minute. 303, Nick Healy. Nick Healy's running about 15th at the minute. Oh, wow, close across the line there. So Carroll just dropping off at the end, unfortunately for him, but Bailey Harker taking the win. And the fastest lap, a 133.9. Jack Mayers in 2nd, a 134.8. William Grant in 3rd with a 135.0. Michael Clyde 4th with a 136.4. James Walsh in 5th, 135.8 for Walsh. O'Donovan in 6th, 137.2. Brandon Kavanagh in 7th place a 135.8. And we have Brandon Kavanagh. Looked like he was in with a good shout in this race, but just gradually dropped back, and he slotted himself into 7th, a 135.8. Ian Lynch 8th, a 137.1. Murphy in 9th with 137.6. Then we have Jack Andrews rounding up the top 10 with a 138.9. Graham Smallwoods found himself in 11th at the end, with Dallas Reynolds just in behind in 12th. 13th was Owen Everard. 14th, Dave Walsh. 15th, Ashley Robinson. 16th, Nick Healy. 17th, Shane O'Doran. 18th, Ian McKeown. Shane Carroll in 19th. And unfortunately for Aidan Cleary, didn't finish that one. And it just hasn't been his Cookstown this season. There, Michael Taylor, for newcomers this season. So one warm-up lap, 8-lap race then. Number 47, Stuart Hazen on the Aprilia, and alongside him, Seb Evendine. Chris Gainley there. I can't imagine how difficult it is to ride one of these machines around here, never mind with one arm. So he's doing very well indeed. Chris Gainley on the front row. And he's just proven how much you can actually do with a disability like that. Out for their warm-up lap now. Unfortunately, it looks like Ross Quinn isn't going to get started in this one. So unfortunately, Ross Quinn hasn't got that thing fired up just yet. You can hear it's trying to fire, but it just doesn't want to play ball. So the Junior Support B out now. Next up is the Senior Unlimited Classic machines, and that'll be followed by the Cookstown 100B race, and then the big one to end the day, the Cookstown 100 race 15 in your programs. Michael Taylor, pole position for this one. Roy Wurst in second. Chris Gainley in third. Remember, Chris Gainley wrestling this machine around here with only one arm and proving that that disability doesn't hold him back. Stuart Heason in fourth. Cheers Eaton in fourth. Fifth is Seb Evandine. Dale Brew in sixth. Seventh, Albert Pinder. Eighth is James Rothery. Ninth, Neil Lloyd. Sean Leonard in 10th. Ross Quinn, unfortunately, didn't get that machine going. Still pushing it. They're just nipping in there to the right-hand side. Chris Gray then in 12th. 13th, Graham Neal. Ocean Walsh in 14th, 15th, William Roberts, 16th, Daniel Pearson, 17th, Ricky Martin, 18th, Chris Mayer. Daniel Pearson, 17th, Ricky Martin, 18th, Chris Mayer. Machines line up on the grid. Just waiting for that green flag being waved. Here we go then. They're told to watch the flag. The reds go up and away they go. Great start there. Roy Wurst in the middle of that too. He'll have the advantage of the brakes, but Group 2 are away. Number 75. That's Neil Lloyd. Great start there for Neil Lloyd. And I think he's just maybe going backwards as he starts to make his way up the gearbox. And back down, braking for Gorton Corner. And they all tuck in behind each other nicely. So Roy Wurst looks like he got a good start there, but we'll know better when they come back round. So again, the Junior Support, much like the Senior Support, with their A and B races, huge entries here this weekend. And of course the club, they want to get as many people out as they can, so they try and give everybody a race. And fair play to them for running such a tight schedule. So the senior unlimited class, if you can make your way to the holding area, the senior unlimited classics to the holding area for race 13 in your programs. So here they come then, racing down towards us once again. And it is Roy Wurst. What a start there for Roy Wurst on that wee 400 Kawasaki. He's looking to get away, but he just doesn't have the legs down the straights. Looks like Chris Mayer. Chris Mayer up into second place then on that 250. So number 122 machine. He's sitting on a podium at the minute, but he's not going to get it all his own way. And from the second group, that looks like Daniel Pearson. So Daniel Pearson is topping the timing screens at the minute on corrected time. From the second group, Roy Wurst 4 seconds back off him. So Pearson was going really well yesterday. Again, just getting to the swing of things, getting used to that machine, getting used to Cookstown. And it seems to be working for him here. The number 77 machine is topping the timing screens at the minute on corrected time. But again, Roy Wurst, Dale Brew and Chris Ginley are hunting them down. So just hearing another call there for the unlimited classic machines to the holding area. And then we're back round to the big bikes for race 14 and 15. Back out onto the start and finish then. Roy Wurst still leading on the road. It's the number 43 machine of Dale Brew. Oh, but look at Daniel Pearson. Dale Brew had the fastest lap there very briefly. And it's all changed at the top. So Daniel Pearson had the fastest lap, but Chris Mayer now with a 141.1. Dan Pearson a 142.0. Chris Gray, that wee Kawasaki screaming down past us here. Chris Gray in 10th at the minute. Graham Neal up into 11th place, just ahead of Neil Lloyd, James Rothery and Ocean Walsh. Sean Leonard, number 34 machine. He was feeling good yesterday. Oh, just here and there, unfortunately. Chris Mayer is a retirement. I think that's what we heard over the radio, but we'll soon see. But Pearson going very well out in front. Chris Mayer did get the fastest lap there, a 141.1. So we'll keep an eye on them. Dale Brew, number 43, second on the road at the minute. So if there's any pit boards, to be sure to let them know. So Roy Wurst, that wee 400 Kawasaki machine pushing hard. Oh, it's Dale Brew leading on the road. Number 43 machine, look at Pearson. Wow, Pearson with the fastest lap. Oh, there's Chris Mayer. So it wasn't Chris Mayer. Chris Mayer still out there, still in that third place. Pearson with the fastest lap, 139.9. Dale Brew, 140.1. Chris Mayer in third, 141.1. Chris Gangley in fourth, 142.5. Roy Wurst down into fifth place now, 143.6. As they go through there, Chris Gray, Graham Neal, Neil Lloyd. Oh, it's Michael Taylor, is it? So it looks like Michael Taylor has retired out of this one as he slips down the order. But Dan Pearson with that fastest lap, 139.9. Dale Brew, 140.1 on that lap. Now that he's got past Roy Wurst, he's got a clear road ahead of him, but he's 6.3 seconds off the pace of Daniel Pearson. But very difficult to claw that back. Pearson is on a mission this weekend. Chris Gainley holding on to that 4th place from Roy Worston 5th. So here they come again. Oh, look at Pearson on Brew. Wow. So he's opened up that gap even more. 8.8 seconds on corrected time coming from the second group. And he's going to lead the race on the road. Phenomenal ride there from Pearson. If he can just get past Brew. Pearson again posting the fastest lap, 137.9. Chris Mayer up into second place now, 138.6. Dale Brew demoted to third, a 140.1 for Dale Brew. Chris Mayer again, his personal best lap so far, a 138.6. The third group coming through then. 179, James Rothery. Well, it's Chris Gray and Graham Neal as Rothery starts plummeting down the timing screens here down to 14th place. The third group caught him up there. Graham Neal leading the way in that group in 9th place at the minute. That was a 153.4 that time compared to his best of 150.5. So near 3 seconds slower. But no issues there for Dan Pearson. He's going to get past Brew and he's going to get the hammer down. Chris Mayer 7.8 seconds back on Pearson. So just another call for the classic machines if you can make your way to the holding area. Here's Pearson, he's got past Brew. Brew sort of staying with him here. The 43 machine. Doesn't want him getting away too quickly. Dale Brew moves over to the right hand side. I thought maybe he was fishing for a move there, but he slots back in behind Dan Pearson. 139.5 that last lap. That's Seb Everdeen and Stuart Heason away through in 7th and 8th place. So again, just waiting for that final group coming through. Chris Gray, Sean Leonard, Neil Lloyd and Ocean Walsh, all having a good battle there. Well, here they come, the 400 Supersport machines. 113, that's Graham Neal heading off this group. Chris Gray, Leonard and Rothery. Lloyd on corrected time up into 12th place. Ocean Walsh just in behind in 13th and Rothery 14th. So again, the junior support lap record 130.9, 83.1 mile an hour. 137 faster again for Dan Pearson. But here's Chris Mayer in that second place, making short work of that slower rider just ahead of him. And the wee 250, whoever was just behind Chris Mayer there, I think has went straight on at Gorton's and going to have to turn. They nearly ended up in Cookstown. Because Chris Mayer, of course, he's on the 250 Honda. It's a lot more nimble. You can brake a lot later than these heavier 4-stroke machines. So whoever was behind Chris Mayer there has just went straight on. Tried to match his braking markers. Doesn't work, I'm afraid. So Pearson will be getting the last lap flag this time round. A 137.3. And again, up in that gap back from Chris Mayer, 8.6 seconds. Dale Brew, a further 12 seconds back. Currently in 3rd place, but he'll be happy with that podium finish. Sean Leonard now closing down on Graham Neal. Not much in it, only 0.4 of a second from Sean Leonard. Again, we might see a change there for 10th place. But here's Pearson. So Pearson, 137.8 that time round. Dale Brew across the line then. But we'll have to wait. Chris Mayer, here he is. Chris Mayer, that was a 139.6 that time round. As Roy Worst goes through. At the minute, he's in 4th place. A 141.8. Brew, his personal best lap, a 138. That's Albert Pinder way through in 5th, 6th, Stuart Heason, Seb Evandine in 7th. So another call then for the classic machines. Last lap of this race then, and it won't be long before you are going out onto the road. Again, that gap opening up 10.5 seconds now back to Chris Mayer. Dale Brew 3.5 seconds back on Chris Mayer then, and Roy Worst a further 11.1 seconds back on Brew. So I think he's safe in that 3rd place at least, but Brew posting the lap 138.9 compared to Chris Mayer's 139.6, but he can't see him finding 3.5 seconds on this next lap. Sean Leonard across the line then. He's finally got ahead of Graham Neal and up into 8th place. Here he is then. Dan Pearson takes the win. What a race. What a ride for Dan Pearson. Dale Brew across the line, but here's Chris Mayer. Was able to hold on to that 2nd place on his 250 Honda. Roy Worst across the line in 4th. And a big long look behind him there. Fantastic run. Chris Ganley. He'll finish in 14th place. Stuart Heason then. That was Seb Evandine. Albert Pinder finishes in 5th. Evandine 6th. There he is. Number 47 across the line, Stuart Heason. Made a mistake there somewhere. That was just over 2 minutes for that lap. So it might have been Heason who had to do the 50-point turn there just at the end of the road. Now we're just waiting for Sean Leonard. Has he been able to hold off Graham Neal on this last lap? Here he comes in across the line, the number 34 machine. 8th place there in Graham Neal. And Chris Gray to finish off. Chris Gray rounding up the top 10. So Dan Pearson takes the win with a 137.3. Chris Mayer a 137.7. Dale Brew in 3rd, a 138.8. Roy Worst 4th with a 140.6. Albert Pinder in 5th with a 143.5. Seb Evandine in 6th, a 142.9. Stuart Heason in 7th, a 142.7. Sean Leonard in 8th, a 147.4. Graham Neal 9th with a 149.3. 10th place then, Chris Gray, a 149.7. 11th goes to Neil Lloyd. Ocean Walsh in 12th, 13th, James Rothery, and 14th, Chris Ganley. So the Senior Unlimited Classic machines up next, folks. Race 13 in your programmes, and that'll be followed by the Cookstown 100B race. And then the big one to end a fantastic weekend here, the Cookstown 100, race 15. B race, and then the big one to end a fantastic weekend here, the Cookstown 100 race 15.
He's done it before. Oh no, he's a cameraman. He's a green light cameraman.
Oh, is it? Oh, right.
Just stand on the front.
Anyone who borrowed a transponder, any competitors that borrowed a transponder, can you please return them as quickly as possible? So in the junior support, number 86, Jack Mears. If you can return your transponder, please, that would be greatly appreciated.
That 350 is just two-stroke line. That 350 of yours is two-stroke, isn't it? Is it?
350 two-stroke, yeah.
Just about now, having a conversation here, John.
Oh, right. Nigel Moore lines up in third. Nigel riding the G50 Sealy, the 500 of Barry Davis in the number 40 machine again. Hopefully he has better luck in this one. He lines up in fourth place. Fifth is Robert McCrum. Number 3, Waddy Brown. Waddy Brown on another Norton. He will be in the mix in this one. Gareth Arnold, 7th. 8th is Ian Thompson. 9th, Eddie Gilmore. 10th is RJ Woolsey. 11th, Andrew McCrum. 12th, Mark Johnson. Liam Crotty in 13th. 14th, Dave Glover. 15th, Brian Loughlin. 16th, Gary Hutton. 17th, Phil Shaw. Brian Appleton in 18th. 19th is Jared Hoare. And 20th is Andy Kildare. Again, Andy not having much luck this season with his machine. But hopefully that all changes for him in this race. So Hornby on the tram, cruising down. Nigel Moore, number 14. Lovely machine there. Again, he'll be trying to get that start that he did in the junior earlier on today. Three there, Gareth Arnold on the right hand side of the road. He can get a good start. So the green flag is waved at the back of the grid. They engage gear and away they go. Oh, that was a quick start there for Andy Hornby. Looking for Barry Davison in the middle of that field. Second group then. Eddie Gilmore. Oh, look at Mark Johnson. Mark Johnson with a cracker start. Moves over to the right hand side. Number 23, unfortunately, a retirement already in this one, Liam Crotty. So the third group are away. Number 51, Andy Kildare. Trevor Stewart, the last machine away there. Trevor Stewart on the 500 Honda. Breaking down the echoes of that Honda. Breaking down into Gorton Corner. So the 500, classic 500 lap record, held Neil McWhorter on the Norton back in 2010, a 141.4, 74.4 mile an hour lap. And the open class, Andy Hornby on that Triumph, 138.6, a 76.6 mile an hour lap back in 2022. So again, plenty of lap records broken this weekend. And we'll be looking for another one. There's a machine there, unfortunately, not getting going up onto the footpath then, but here they come. Oh, it's Richard Ford. Richard Ford in the lead from Andy Hornby. What a start there. Barry Davison in third. Fourth, Nigel Moore. That sounded like maybe Gareth Arnold's machine there. Backfired. Sounds like an ignition issue. Eddie Gilmore away through then. Mark Johnson, number 46, just in behind him, struggling against these 750 machines. Brian Loughlin, number 29, on another retirement there. Don't tell me that's Andy Kildare. It looks like the tailpiece of Andy Kildare, unfortunately. Phil Shaw going through. So what a great start there for Richard Ford, but Andy Hornby only 0.3 seconds back. Barry Davison with a wee bit of work to do there. Barry Davison on the 500 Honda. Trevor Stewart coming down. There's indeed the yellow flag is being waved. Trevor Stewart acknowledging that. But is Richard Ford going to be able to hold on to that lead over Andy Hornby on the Trav? Here they come then, and the answer is no. Andy Hornby, 2.8 second lead then. But they're going to be passing Trevor Stewart here pretty soon. Up towards McAdoo. Coming around that blind left-hander there, they'll be coming up on him pretty fast. Wally Brown all the way through there, number 63. That's Ian Thompson. One of our scrutineers here. Eddie Gilmore and Mark Johnson away through. Mark Johnson just dropping off the pace that wee bit. A 153.0 from Johnson, a 151.7 from Eddie Gilmore on the Tramp, just ahead of him. Number 50, Davy Glover away through there in 14th place. Gary Hutton just ahead of him in 13th on the 500. But Andy Hornby with the fastest lap, a 139.6. Richard Ford in second, a 142.8. Nigel Moore in third, although he's leading the 500 class, a 144.5. Gareth Arnold still pushing there in 5th place. He's second to the 500s. A 146.4 for Gareth Arnold. Waddy Brown in 6th with a 146.2. He's third of the 500s. So Barry Davison just dropping down the field that wee bit, down to 7th on the road, but he's still 4th of the 500s. A 151.5. So here's Hornby. That tramp sounds lovely as Richard Ford chases him down with his Jackson Norton. That 900cc machine. Barry Davison again. That machine, Barry Davison. That was maybe Waddy Brown just trying to out-drag him there. Down the straight. Nearly looked like the machine was slowing as it went past us. Here's Ian Thompson. Eddie Gilmore now up into 8th place. Mark Johnson across the line in 9th, the number 46 machine. A 153.0 for Mark Johnson. Brian Loughlin on that BMW. 750cc BM, the boxer engine. You can see the cylinders and the cylinder heads out the side. So just here and there, Andy Kildare. And just speak of the devil, Andy Kildare, number 51, with an electrical issue there, and you can hear it. It's obviously an ignition fault. So a wee bit of unburnt fuel just popping and banging. No such issue for this man, Andy Hornby. A 139.4 across the line. Richard Ford, he still has him in his sights, but only just. The gap is now 6.5 seconds. Nigel Moore then, still leading the 500cc class. A 143.2, Robert McCrum. Chasing it down there, a 144.4. That's Robert McCrum's best time as yet. Gareth Arnold then, still 5th in the road. Barry Davison up into 6th in the road. 3rd of the 500s are just ahead of Waddy Brown. So Waddy Brown 2.2 seconds off Barry Davison, but Barry Davison only 0.08 seconds from Gareth Arnold. So just hearing Andy Kildare has retired again. Oh! Just like that, Eddie Gilmore blasting past Ian Thompson like he was stopped on the Triumph. Well, Eddie Gilmore on form now. And the lap times are coming down. 151.7 for Eddie Gilmore. Brian Loughlin, Gary Hutton away through. So again, a call for the Cookstown 100B race to the Holden area. It's Euro Auto Commercials Mention Fireworks sponsored race. Away through. Andy Hornby on the tram, number 42. It's Andy Kildare who's retired. There's Richard Ford. So Richard Ford starting up his game now, ever so slightly, a 142.3 for Richard Ford. Nigel Moore away through. Nigel Moore knows that he's leading that 500 class, so he's starting to move off that little bit. A 143.2 for Nigel Moore. Barry Davison. So that was Waddy Brown. That wee machine is not well whatsoever. Coming down past us, the number 3 machine. Again, these bikes, they're so temperamental. But we get a wee bit temperamental at that age as well, don't we? We'll wait for Eddie Gilmore. Again, last lap, Mark Johnson was 2.1 seconds off Eddie Gilmore, but he was posting fast times. Here he comes. And there's Mark Johnson. Mark Johnson still on a charge there. Oh, but Eddie Gilmore has answered the plea. He's up the pace, 151.3. That's his fastest time so far for Eddie Gilmore. So Andy Hornby will be getting the last lap flag here very soon. The number 20 machine, Gary Hutton, away through. Here comes Andy Hornby. Making short work of Dave Glover. As he eases his way through Gorton Corner. Here's Richard Ford. A great run for Richard Ford. And Nigel Moore. So Nigel Moore closed up that gap now. It's only 3.9 seconds. But again, too much to do on this last lap. He has to remember he's got his own points. Look at Barry Davison. So Barry Davison with a personal best lap there, a 142.8, and he's chasing down McCrum in 4th place. Barry Davison now up to 5th on the road, ahead of Gareth Arnold and Waddy Brown. So Barry Davison up into 2nd of the 500s now. He's starting to push. Waddy Brown through there, a 148.0 compared to his best time, a 145.9. So it just shows how much slower that machine's going. Here we go then. The number 19, Eddie Gilmore, look at Mark Johnson. Mark Johnson is in with a chance here. He's closed that gap right back, Mark Johnson, to 1.4 seconds. There's nothing in it at all. You can hear that triumph of Andy Hornby. Here he comes in across the line to take the win. Richard Ford, we're waiting on Richard Ford then. That's number 20. That's Gary Hutton across the line. There he is, Richard Ford. You can see the back end of that bike of Richard Ford just moving about a wee bit. And Nigel Moore across the line takes the win in the 500cc class. We'll see where Barry Davison is. But there's McCrum. So Bert McCrum, 3rd in the open class, 4th in the road. Gareth Arnold 2nd of the 500s, and Barry Davison across the line 3rd of the 500s. And Waddy Brown, he was able to finish off that race then. 7th on the road, 4th 500 home, and taking them points home with him. So let's see if Mark Johnson was able to do anything about Eddie Gilmore on that last lap. Remember, the gap was only 1.4 seconds. Johnson's lap, a 151.4 compared to a 153.2 of Eddie Gilmore. But the big triumph has the legs. And he would have the advantage down this long straight before he reaches the finish line here. And the checkered flag. It's Eddie Gilmore then on the exit of Brayside, heading down the hill. The number 19 machine gets the better of Mark Johnson at the end, but Eddie Gilmore 4th in the open class. Mark Johnson 5th of the 500s. The number 43, Andrew McCrum, across the line then, 6th in the 500s. And Ian Thompson 7th of the 500s. So in the open class, great win there for Andy Hornby. A 139.4. Richard Ford in the open class in 2nd. And then we have Robert McCrum in 3rd. 4th was Eddie Gilmore. And 5th, Brian Loughlin on the BMW. 500 class then, Nigel Moore took the win with Gareth Arnold in 2nd. Barry Davison fought to the end. And he didn't seem to slow down any at all. 4th was Waddy Brown. 5th was Mark Johnson, 6th Andrew McCrum, and 7th Ian Thompson. Gary Hutton then finished up in 8th place. So the Cookstown 100B race coming up next then. Just before the Burr competitions, Cookstown 100 big race, the main one of the day coming up, folks. That's race 15 in your programme. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, just an announcement there. There has been a key found in the toilets, a house key of some sort found in the toilets. So check your pockets, guys, and see if you've lost a key. It's at the race office here if you want to pick it up. So the Superbike machines are going to be heading out onto the circuit here any second now. Graham McAleese makes his way out onto the grid lane on his Supersport 600 Honda, or Yamaha should I say. Sorry, you used to ride a Honda. Number 57 machine there. Mark Jackson again is going to want to repeat his race from earlier on. John Marsh. John Marsh in pole position there. Number 4 machine, number 37. Adrian Hudson. Took him a wee while getting going the last race, but when he did, the lap time started to plummet. Number 92 there, Noel Carroll on the big GSXR Suzuki. Stephen Degnan on the ZX10, number 43. And Paul Cranston, number 93, qualified second place, remember. And number 3, Elaine Quayle in 9th. Again, the newcomer making his stamp here at Cookstown. So again, slightly depleted grid here for this Cookstown 100B race. But the Cookstown 100A race, the Bear Competitions Cookstown 100, if you can make your way to the holding area for race 15 in the programmes out at the minute, the Euro Auto commercials mention fireworks. Cookstown 100B race, John Marsh on pole from Paul Cranston in second, Graham McAleese in third, Adrian Hudson fourth, fifth is Anthony McColgan, Mark Jackson in 8th, 7th is Dennis Booth, Stephen Degnan in 8th, 9th Illiam Quayle, 10th Dara Trapp, Noel Carroll in 11th, 12th Jonathan Gormley and Corn Smith 13th. I think we may have 6 or 7 machines on the grid at the minute.
No.
So again, we'll be keeping an eye on Mark Jackson. He got a great start in the last race, the Senior Support B race. John Marsh just scrubbing his tyres up, scrubbing his brakes up, getting a wee bit of heat into them brake pads. Again, Adrian Hudson, he's going to want to get away with the front runners here in this one. Paul Cranston probably had a cold delivery this weekend. This morning before he came down. An absolute legend of a man, number 93. Well, here we go then, Liam Quayle. Just at the back of the grid there. So they're told to watch the flag, the reds go up. Oh, and away they go! Oh, great start there from Marsh. But Paul Cranston looked like he got a good one there on his ZX6 machine as they tip into Gorton Corner. It looks like Marsh has this one. You can see the orange bib in the distance. The first machine through Gorton Corner. And I'm pretty sure Cranston and McAleese wouldn't be too far away from them. So again, the Bear Competitions Cookstown 100 race coming up next. It's race 15, the big one, to finish a fantastic weekend here at Cookstown. So you can hear them making their way through, already through Mackney, over the jumps, through Craigmount, They'll be coming round Brayside here any second now. We'll be listening for that bellowing triumph, no doubt, of Jackson. He qualified in 6th place, just ahead of Dennis Booth. Well, I didn't see Boothie out in this one either. But here they come then. And it is indeed John Marsh in the lead left. Graham McAleese. Paul Cranston in 3rd place. And that's Jackson in 5th. Adrian Hudson in 4th. Stephen Dagnan 6th. 7th. Noel Carroll. Liam Quinn in Quayle in 8th place. As they tip into turn 1 and back up the trees again. They're pretty well bunched together there. So again, Graham McAleese only 0.8 seconds off John Marsh, and Paul Cranston up into 3rd place. Just ahead of Adrian Hudson. Again, Hudson close to the tail end of Cranston, 0.3 seconds back off him. Mark Jackson on the triumph. Don't think he got the start that he wanted. He stays there in that 5th place. 4.5 seconds off the leader. But only 2.1 seconds off Hudson, so he's give himself a wee bit of work to do in this one. But again, we've seen the lap times come down as the race goes on. And remember, the track temperature will be down ever so slightly as it gets later on in the day, and a wee bit of cloud cover there too. I'm sure some of you red-faced there are pretty glad of it. Here they go then. Still Marsh in the lead, last one, and pulling away from Graham McAleese. Graham McAleese getting well tucked down. But look at Adrian Hudson. He's putting pressure on Paul Cranston. Paul Cranston is... It's 0.2 seconds of gap back then to Hudson from Cranston. So the tip to Gordon disappear behind the trees and head back up the hill again for McAdoo's Bends. Again, that wee kink on the left there just before McAdoo's. And again, sometimes it's pretty close to the shoulder, just clipping the shoulder on the wall on the left-hand side. And then banking the bike over to the right, so it nearly comes right back on you at McAdoo's Bends. But again, the exit of McAdoo's, it's uphill and you can get the power on nice and early. John Marsh with the fastest lap, a 1:31.1. Graham McAleese second, a 1:33.0. Paul Cranston in 3rd, but only just from Adrian Hudson, a 1:33.4. The gap last time was 0.2 back to Hudson in 4th place. So Hudson's going to try and make a move out the back section, but Paul Cranston, believe you me, he's not easy to pass, especially around here at Cookstown. He knows his way. John Marsh knows his way now too. He's done a bit of learning this weekend. And he's still pulling away from Graham McAleese. Paul Cranston now has opened up that gap back to Hudson. See he's there on the ZX10 machine. Oh, but look at Quayle up into 6th place then. And only 1.7 off the back end of Dagnan. Dagnan on the ZX10 machine, remember. So he'll be able to get good drive up the hill. A short shifting, a lot of short shifting through here on the Superbike. A 1:33.3 there for Quayle, just ahead of Jackson and Carroll. But Marsh with the fastest lap once again, a 1:30.6. Graham McAleese, a 1:32.8. Cranston in 3rd with 1:33.4. Hudson 4th, a 1:33.4. And Dagnan as well, so there's absolutely nothing in it here in the times. So unfortunately the non-starters, Paddy McColgan, Dennis Booth, Dara Trapp, Johnny Gormley and Corin Smith. Here they come again then. It's John Marsh, number 4, pulling away. He's like a freight train. 129.8 that time for Marsh. Graham McAleese, 132.6. And there's Cranston still holding off Hudson. The gap is opened up now. So Quayle on the back end then of that ZX 10 machine. But he won't be able to do anything down the straight. He has to do all his work up the back section where that Supersport machine will work for him. That wee bit more nimble, wee bit easier to handle over the jumps and over Black's farm there. Jackson then dropping back a further 2.1 seconds off Quayle, and Noel Carroll then still pushing Jackson, the number 57 machine, that Triumph. Just off the pace ever so slightly there. 134.9 for Jackson on that last lap. So Marsh still pumping out fastest laps there at 129.8. Compared to Graham McAleese on 132.6 in second place. So again, another call for the Bird competitions. Cookstown 100 to the holding area. Here comes Marsh. 3 laps to go then in this one. And look at the gap now, back to Graham McAleese. He settled for that second place. Just over 9 seconds in, nearly a 10-second gap back. Paul Cranston, a 133 across the line there, still holding on to that third place. He wants the last step of the podium, desperately over Hudson. He'll do anything to keep him at bay. Quayle now up into 5th place, a 131.9 ahead of Degnan. So the wee Suzuki well and truly stretching his legs this weekend. Mark Jackson 7th and Noel Carroll in that 8th. Again, Carroll, personal best there for Carroll, 134.5. Jackson just ahead of him, a 134.8. The gap was only 0.3. So again, Jackson could be in a dangerous position here, dropping down into 8th place. John Marsh seems to be maintaining that gap there. We said it earlier on. We win the race from the slowest pace. It's 84.1 mile an hour lap. John Marsh, but a massive gap of nearly 10 seconds. Here he comes in. 2 laps to go. He'll be getting the last lap flag the next time round. That was a 131.3 compared to his best, a 129.8. Graham McAleese, that gap has opened up even further. But Paul Cranston is on a charge. Paul Cranston has closed the gap back to Graham McAleese. It's only 2.7 seconds now. He's got 2 laps to do something about McAleese. Would not be a story if we would be able to catch him on the final lap. A 132.5 for Cranston, a 132.7 for McAleese. It's a wee bit too much to ask. And of course, Cranston has Hudson in behind him, although nearly a second now is the gap back to Hudson. Number 43 machine, Stephen Degnan, not able to get anywhere near Quayle on the Suzuki. He holds on to that 4th place. He's 2.8 seconds back on Hudson. So again, too little, too late perhaps for Quayle. A 132.2 that last lap. Hudson a 132.9. So Graham McAleese has to keep the head down in this one. He's still very consistent there. But there's Marsh. We'll cross the line then for the last lap. Graham McAleese, number 9 machine, number 6 Yamaha, Adrian Hudson, William Quayle in 5th. Faster again there from Quayle, faster again from Graham McAleese to Quayle actually, so they're really pushing. And now Mark Jackson has upped the pace. Timing screen said different. So John Marsh. So the timing screen, apologies, showing 1 lap to go, but this is the last lap now coming up. So 1.5 laps then, less than 1.5 laps as the leader will be coming down towards us here very soon. So 12.3 seconds was the gap back from Graham McAleese. And Paul Cranston only 2.6 seconds off McAleese that time. Slightly faster again, but I don't think he's going to be able to do anything about it. That's the last lap flag out now. So now we're on the last lap. So the Cookstown 100, the Bear competitions, Cookstown 100 make their way to the holding area as quickly as they can. The number 9 machine. McAleese faster again there from McAleese, a 132.5. And they're starting to reel each other back in again. So the gaps are down. Hudson 0.6 on Cranston. A 132. Number 92 machine away through. Noel Carroll. Again, Jackson still hunting Degnan now. 1.9 seconds. That was a 133.8 lap from Mark Jackson. Again, just a wee bit too much to ask for, barring a mistake from Degnan on this last lap. So John Marsh, great weekend for the newcomer on his wee Honda. He's done what he had to do. Sat back, he did a bit of learning and got used to the speeds yesterday, and he's done the business today. Here he is then. John Marsh takes the win. A 129.8 fastest lap. And Graham McAleese then flat to the mat, right to the checker flag. And Paul Cranston was able to hold off Hudson and Quayle for the last lap, and he takes third. We'll see if Stephen Degnan was able to hold off Mark Jackson. It looks like he has. So Degnan across the line. Jackson in 7th place. And the Suzuki of Noel Carroll, the 92 machine, across the line for 8th. John Marsh with the fastest lap and the win, a 129.8. Graham McAleese second with a 132.0. Paul Cranston third with a 132.5. Adrian Hudson in 4th, a 132.0. Liam Quayle in 5th. That was a 134.6. Stephen Degnan 6th with a 133.4. Mark Jackson 7th, a 133.8. And Noel Carroll in 8th, a 134.4. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the big one you have all been waiting for. The Bear Competitions Cookstown 100, race 15 in your programmes coming up next. Oh, Kevin Keys' bike. That couldn't wait. We'll have a wee chat with that Darrell. Take his helmet off. Try not to get run over. Tweety, great weekend so far. What's the plan for the final one of the day?
Sort of survive at this point, Gareth. Pretty tired, like. Well, I'll try to get a good start again. Just try to keep Marcus behind me again. Go for same result as first one.
You seem to be getting on well with the Honda again for you this season, so you're looking comfortable anyway. You feeling okay on the bike?
Great bikes it is. I knew once we get on Honda, I would be pretty happy with it. It's definitely a step Yamaha for me. Not quite happy with it. Real good bike, real nice. Overall, very happy.
Happy days, good man. All the best, buddy. Talk to this man here. Marcus Simpson, how are you, buddy? You're looking good, you're looking strong this weekend. Again, looking to be on the pointy end for this one.
Yeah, that's the plan. It's the plan in every race. Just here to have a bit of fun and not lose sight of the main goal this year, TT. See what we can do.
Happy days, all the best, buddy, and best luck for the TT this season. Happy word, Brawley. Happy word, Sean Brawley here. He's been going very well this weekend. A very strong Cookstown 100. I don't think anyone wants me to talk to him. Brawley, Sean, you and the Ducati, you're gelling well. You're looking strong. Did you feel like you were going to be this far up the grid this weekend?
No, to be honest, I didn't think it was going to be as far up the grid, but I'm happy to be in the front wave now, definitely.
From the senior support last year to the Cookstown 100 on the second row, it's a dream, isn't it, really?
Yeah, more than happy. Couldn't ask for more, to be honest.
Good man, well, all the best for this race. Let's see here, we'll have a wee chat, we'll go down. I think we'll have enough time. We'll try and we'll squeeze in here with Sweeney, see what he's doing. I think they're chatting tactics. Michael Sweeney, this race, it's all about getting off the line.
Yeah, it is. It's all about getting away. Just try to get around the first one, and we can get in behind Michael and try to get dragged away a little bit again. That's the plan. If it happens, it happens.
You were super glued to Michael in that first Superbike race. Was there anywhere that you thought you could have maybe made a move on him, or no?
It was on my limit. It was the quickest I ever had around here, so the deal will fall on him and score. You know what I mean? But there's nowhere. There's nowhere for the pass. Because he's so good everywhere. To do that lap speed, there's not hard on him to pass.
Well, as long as you stick with him, Michael, all the best, buddy. Michael Dunlop, you've been dominating Cookstown once again. Just tell me, what was it like getting on something as small as a Moto 3 again?
It was definitely different, obviously. It's been the last 10 years of my career on bike stuff, and then back onto something like that there, but sort of no difference in what I do at the Manx and under 250. I feel like I'm jammed now. But no, it was nice to get it. Obviously, it's John's local man here as well, so it's just nice to get on and give him a win for his boys.
And a change of machinery as well. I know you've been riding the Ducati, but you brought the BMW with you this weekend. What was that plan?
Yeah, we just haven't had any miles on it, so we're just desperate to get some miles for the Northwest, just to see what he's like, basically. So I know it's just we just haven't done. Weather's been against us, and anytime we want to go somewhere, it's been raining. This weather was going good this weekend, and it's set in nicely.
You took the big lady with you, so the plan for this one is to get away, get a good start right out of the blocks, and make sure the group behind you stay where they are.
Well, listen, you never know this place, but listen, I think I'm all right. I've done a few changes, want up the pace a little bit. I know Michael's strong, so just keep turning along.
Happy days, all the best, Michael. Thank you. So the tire warmers, they're getting the photographs taken then. All good to go. Our mates at Greenlight are going to do their thing, and we'll get back up into the comedy box. Cheers, Stephen. So the machines and the riders getting themselves ready. The tyre warmers are removed. And if I don't give you a sore head this weekend, that klaxon surely will. Superbikes engines started. Of course, no Paul Jordan. He's done what he's needed to do this weekend, and he's tamed that Ducati. So the Superbikes are out for their warm-up lap. Kevin Keys away alongside Sweeney. Michael Dunlop just letting them all go. Of course, you don't want to get back to the grid too quickly. So it's all about the tactics. If you get back to the grid too quick, your tires are cooling down, your engine's overheating, and it's not exactly prime conditions. But we're ready to go then for the Burr competition. Cookstown 100 race with Michael Dunlop on pole. No Paul Jordan in this one. Michael Sweeney lines up in third. Marcus Simpson in fourth. Fifth is Darrell Tweed. John Brawley in sixth. Seventh, Kevin Keys. James Chalk lines up in eighth. The number 10 machine on that BMW. Another BMW added to the case is Neil Kernahan. In ninth place, Julian Trummer in 10th. 11th, Keegan Kenny. Ryan Whitehall lines up in 12th on the Suzuki. Don Gilbert, 13th. New team this season for Don as well, Parker Transport. Darrell Anderson in 14th. 15th is Dean McMaster. Richard McLaughlin in 16th. 17th, Andy Farrell. Lee Hara in 18th. Martin Morris, 19th. Sean Buckle rounds up the top 20. So Michael Dunlop obviously on the BMW this weekend, and he says it's just to get some track time. He hasn't had much track time on it this season with the bad weather and whatnot, but why go to Jerez when you can come to Cookstown? The weather has been phenomenal here, and the crowds have flocked, and it's great to see them all here. So the machines, that machine around Whitehall is just doing a wee bit of smoking. He's just clearing it out a wee bit. Alright, so it's smoking too much. It looks like Whitehall's machine has retired, unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen. Are we ready for this one? The Burr competition, Cookstown 100. They're told to watch the flag. Away to go. Oh, what a start for Mick Sweeney. And look at Marcus Simpson as well. Second row then. Neil Kernahan. 109. Look at Don Gilbert. Don Gilbert off the line like a rocket. So the third row is away. Lee Harrow with a good start. Dermot Cleary in there as well. So all the machines are away. Dermot Cleary on the right hand side of the track there. Oh, it looked like he was making a move on Lee Hara on the R6. Cleary on the big Suzuki. Just couldn't get near him before Gordon. So unfortunate there for Whitehall. Retired out of that race before it began. Hopefully get that Suzuki sorted for the Northwest 200. They'll be coming round towards us here very shortly. Mick Sweeney with a cracker of a start off the line. He's got that BMW absolutely nailed. They can be difficult. They can be quite snappy off the line, the BMW. They're renowned for being difficult to get off. But Michael Sweeney has perfected it here this weekend. Here they come then. Back down towards as the pit boards at the ready. It's Sweeney in the lead, but not for long. Michael Dunlop moved over the left-hand side. Marcus Simpson in third place. Darrell Tweed in fourth. Kevin Keys fifth. Brawley in sixth and seventh for James Chalk. Great start there for James Chalk as they disappear around Gordon and back up into the trees towards McAdoo's. Brawley in sixth, James Chalk in seventh, Don Gilbert in eighth, ninth is Neil Kernahan, Darrell Anderson in 10th place, 11th Julian Trummer, Richard McLaughlin 12th, 13th Dean McMaster, Lee Hara in 14th, 15th Dermot Cleary, Sean Buckle then in 16th place. Uncorrected time, Don Gilbert jumps up into 6th place and he's only 0.9 seconds back on Kevin Keys. So Michael Sweeney then and Michael Dunlop were side by side coming across the start and finish straight here. Dunlop on the left hand side of the road. I just didn't catch who tucked into Gordon's first, but it won't be long before they're coming back round again. And speak of the Devils, and here they are. It's Dunlop in the lead. Oh, Sweeney. But look at Marcus Simpson. Marcus Simpson on a charge now. He's staying with Sweeney. He moves over the right hand side. Marcus Simpson, is he up to second place? No. He tucks back in behind Michael Sweeney. There's Neil Kernahan across the line. Don Gilbert right in behind him now on his R1 Yamaha. Richard McLaughlin on the ZX10, the number 29 machine, in 12th place. Next group coming our way then. It's Lee Hara, Dermot Cleary, and Sean Buckle. So Lee Hara, he's going to struggle against these Superbikes. In behind him, Dean McMaster. So Dean McMaster making a mistake around the track somewhere. That was a 1:47. But the fastest lap goes to Michael Dunlop's. So far a 1:23.6. Michael Sweeney a 1:23.9. Marcus Simpson a 1:23.9. There is absolutely nothing in it here, folks. Fourth place then, Darrell Tweed, number 59. A 1:24.6. A wee bit of work for Darrell to do. Kevin Keys then a 1:25.6, but he's getting chased down by Neil Kernahan and Don Gilbert. So here they come once again. It's still Dunlop in the lead from Sweeney. Just starting to drop off Marcus Simpson now. Oh, look at Darrell Tweed. And Kevin Keys in behind. Fastest lap goes to Michael Sweeney. A 1:23.3 that time round. James Chalk. James Chalk up into 6th place now. A 1:27.0 for James Chalk. But the next group make their way back down there. Kevin Keys up into 5th, Neil Kernahan in 6th, and Don Gilbert 7th. So that puts James Chalk down into 8th place, just ahead of Sean Brawley. Lee Hara. Dermot Cleary trying to keep that big Suzuki in a straight line. You can see how much of his body weight he has to use. And poor Dean McMaster. I'm sure Dean McMaster would have loved to be a lot further up than what he is. So that last lap for McMaster was a 1:29.6. That's more like it compared to a 1:41. So he's ran off somewhere a wee bit too keen coming into the road ends. So Sweeney 0.2 seconds off the back of Michael Dunlop. A 1:23.3 for Sweeney. Dunlop that time was a 1:23.37. Absolutely nothing in it. Here we go again then. He pulled a wee bit of a gap. Michael Dunlop still in the lead. Marcus Simpson looks like he's going to be settling for that third place. Michael Dunlop with the fastest lap. That's a 1:22.7. The lap record is a 1:22.3. We'll be keeping an eye on that as James Chalk goes through on the BMW. Sean Brawley just in behind him on the V2 Ducati. Neil Kernahan then on corrected time. Everything's changing. Kernahan up into 6th. 7th is Don Gilbert. Darrell Anderson. And Julian Trummer together on track. Trummer just staying in behind Anderson. Oh, look at the weave. Dermot Cleary, Suzuki, just getting upset there, maybe just a wee bit too hard on the back end. See the back squirming about underneath him. So you can hear them coming through, but through Brayside here any second now. Again, 0.3 was the gap back to Michael Sweeney. Marcus Simpson a further 1.3 back on Sweeney. He looks like he's going to settle then for this third place. Oh, I think we've got a retirement there. Just coming. Oh, move off the track quickly. Here they come. It's Dunlop in the lead from Sweeney. The gap is up to 0.4 seconds now. That was a 122.7. How consistent do you like it? A 122.8 there for Sweeney that time round, and a 123.5 from Marcus Simpson. You can see he's cooled off the pace now. Darrell Anderson fourth. Kevin Keys in that fifth place still, but we wait for the second group to come now. It's all going to change on corrected time. Neil Kernahan, he's now 9.5 seconds off the back of Kevin Keys. So I think he's in a safe fifth place there at the minute. Don Gilbert still tucked in behind. Kernahan 1.6 seconds back off that sixth place. Dal Anderson away through with Julian Trummer and Richard McLaughlin. He's able to see the whole thing. Oh, Lee Hara dropping back now. Sean Buckle's got the better of him. Lee Hara sounded like is he maybe cruising there down the left-hand side of the road. The number 4. Let's see, he's going straight on there. I think that was Lee Hara. The number 97 machine. He was down in the 14th place, but he was ahead of Damon Cleary. So here we go then. Michael Dunlop. Michael Dunlop across the line. A 1:22.1 from Michael Dunlop. A new outright lap record for Michael Dunlop. We've seen it coming, folks. We knew it was going to come. A 92-mile-an-hour lap. He crosses the line. James Chalk. So the gap is now up to 1.2 seconds. Michael Sweeney. A 1:22.8. Oh, Neil Kernahan running himself through. So just hearing that Lee Hara has retired. Darrell Anderson away through there. So Marcus Simpson has dropped back even further from Michael Dunlop, and Michael Sweeney 3.7 seconds off Sweeney. Sweeney's 1.2 seconds off Dunlop, but Sweeney also running lap record pace at the minute. So you can see how hard Michael Sweeney's having to push now to stay with Michael Dunlop, but I think Dunlop has pulled the pin in this one. A new lap record on lap 6, and here he comes again. Wow, he's done it again. A 1:22.0, 92.1 mile-an-hour lap for Michael Dunlop. So Darrell Tweed now under pressure from Kevin Keys. Kevin Keys again late on the brakes there. Even from here you can see the back end just getting a wee bit upset as the tip into Gordon. So Tweed soon to come under pressure from Keys. It's only 0.3 of a second back. Neil Kernahan running behind then. Don Gilbert coming along with him. But James Chalk now slots into 7th place, just ahead of Don Gilbert. Darrell Anderson then. Darrell Anderson across the line. In 10th, Julian Trummer in 11th. And that's Richard McLaughlin then, currently in 12th place. But Trummer right with Darrell Anderson. Nothing is breaking these two up. And there's Dermot Cleary. And Sean Buckle across the line then, but here he comes. Michael Dunlop. Is he going to do it again? Oh, he's eased it off a wee bit. 1:22.3. Michael Sweeney. See Michael Sweeney just looking up over at his team there, Marcus Simpson. He wants to know where Marcus Simpson is on the track. Oh, and across the line, Kevin Keys moves over on Darrell Tweed. And again, so late on the brakes for Kevin Keys. Is he going to get it stopped? He tips it into Gordon's up the inside of Darrell Tweed. And up into 4th place for Keys. James Chalk then, across the line on the BM. We're waiting for Neil Kernahan. Here he comes. Across the line, along with Don Gilbert. So Neil Kernahan, 6th, Don Gilbert staying in that 8th place. So James Chalk are splitting these per uncorrected time. Darrell Anderson, Julian Trummer by himself. Darrell Anderson has made a mistake somewhere, so Darrell Anderson drops back to 11th place. Julian Trummer in top 10 now. As Richard McLaughlin goes through, we wait for Dermot Cleary. And here he comes. Dermot Cleary across the line. And the number 28 there of Sean Buckle. 128 of Sean Buckle. Up into 15th, Michael Dunlop then. Last lap time for the Bull. And he's got a lap record in his back pocket. Marcus Simpson across the line. Oh, Kevin Keys, how close do you like it? Oh, Darrell Tweed just moving over the front end there of Kevin. Of course, he never seen him. Kevin didn't even slacken it. Oh, the two of them side by side going in the Gordon corner. I don't know what way that ended up, but that was close. That was close from Keys. The two of them side by side through Gordon. Here comes Neil Kernahan. And Don Gilbert hasn't been able to make up any ground on Neil Kernahan. The number 99 machine, Sean Brawley away through there, currently in 9th position. And there's Trummer. Darrell Anderson coming round then. But Michael Dunlop with a 7-second lead now over Michael Sweeney. Michael Sweeney has started to pace himself. He's 2 seconds a lap slower. But so is Marcus Simpson. So Marcus Simpson is pacing himself, settling for that 3rd place. So we'll be coming up to slower riders here very soon. Here he comes, folks. Michael Dunlop takes the win in the Bear competition. Cookstown 100 and a lap record. Michael Sweeney in 2nd place. He'll be over the moon for that. And Marcus Simpson, oh, he's going to be here. It's Darrell Tweed. So Darrell Tweed just about holds off Kevin Keys across the line for 4th place. What a race them pair had. Absolutely phenomenal. Just a reminder, ladies and gentlemen, please stay where you are until the roads are open. James Chalk then across the line. At the minute, he's in 6th. Oh, look at this, Don Gilbert. Oh, last minute dive for Don Gilbert, but it didn't work for him. He had to shut it off. So Don Gilbert finishes in 8th place, just behind Neil Kernahan, but James Chalk back up to 6 as a 125.4 for Chalky. And he's back up to 6th place. Julian Trummer across the line with Sean Brawley. Then uncorrected time in 10th place. Darrell Anderson 11th. And Richard McLaughlin across the line in 14th. Wow, what a race. Michael Dunlop taking the win. And he broke his own lap record, a 122.0. Michael Sweeney in 2nd, a 122.8. Marcus Simpson in 3rd, a 123.5. Darrell Tweed in 4th, a 123.6. Kevin Keys in 5th with a 123.7. That's how close you like it here, folks. James Chalk then made it his way back up into 6th place on corrected time, a 125.4. Neil Kernahan in 7th with a 125.8. Don Gilbert in 8th, a 125.6. And then Julian Trummer, 9th, with a 125.5. 10th was Sean Brawley. Darrell Anderson in 11th. 12th was Richard McLaughlin. Sean Buckle 13th. And 14th, Dermot Cleary. So, ladies and gentlemen, just remember, Stay where you are until the course car and the sweepers make their way around the track. But I'm sure you will all agree, ladies and gentlemen, what a weekend and what a Cookstown 100 that was. And I'm sure you will join me, give the club and John Dillon a huge round of applause here on the hill. They put on a spectacular race here every single year, and they deserve all the applause that they get. But ladies and gentlemen, please stay where you are until the course car comes back round, and we'll let the our green light friends do interviews and stuff just at the podium, and we'll be back round with all the thanks. And of course, thanks to all yous for coming and supporting this race meeting year in and year out. But we'll let green light do their thing, and we'll get our thanks out to everyone at the club. Ladies and gentlemen, everyone that has been listening on YouTube and watching on YouTube, thank you so much. And it's been, I'm sure you'll agree, it's been a cracker of a weekend. And hopefully we'll see you all again soon. Please subscribe and share, and hopefully we can get some ideas off you guys as well to make this better for you. Thanks, Matthew Moto Transit. I think that's how you say that. And Paul Maxey, everyone on the chat and the super chats throughout the day. Thanks again, and we'll see you all at the next one.